takes to the hill with the Caterham 7 in Class B2, road going specialist production cars through the S's in 22.96 as the way off the line goes Ian Hodgson. Join us that's a little bit in the future. I'm getting in front of myself because it's B2 road going specialist production cars on the hill at the moment, and the car off the line is David Gibson with his Ginetta G4. But we should have on the upper reaches of the hill Parson is with his Caterham Lotus 7. Start line, 4 times Wiscombe Park champion Ian Englehart with the Cosworth powered Westfield. Launches in a business like 2.81 seconds and goes across the parkland. As he does that, David Gibson comes round Saul Bench hairpin. Towards Martini, the left-hand hairpin at the top of the hill, and Gibson safely round that and over the finish line as whoa, Englehart gets well and truly sideways, applies the opposite lock right on the apex. That tells us rain that we still have slippery track conditions. As we see James Nash with the Caterham Road Sport out on the hill. It's James running as 108. He's safely round Sawbench hairpin after leaving the S's in 23 running as 114 with the Caterham 7. He's posted a time of 46.89. Ian Hodgson with the wide-bodied Westfield, car 113, stops the clocks on 52.28. The next man to complete his climb was Ian Chambers with the Caterham 7, car 112 on 47.66. David Gibson, car 110, took a second practice climb in 55.84 in the Westfield after that opposite lock moment at Saul Bench, and James Nash completes the class car 108 on 46.46. So now our focus is into road going specialist production cars again, but we've gone up an engine category, so we're looking at machines with car engines up to 800cc and motorcycle engines up to 1125 as Gary Dawkins storms off the line with the Lotus Exige in a start time of 3.32 seconds. Paddock with a time of 51.48 and double drive driver Victoria Larkinen with the Caterham 7 already has a score on the board of 56.21, running as car 102A. Ian Harrison has the TVR Vixen, completed his second practice run, 3.81, as we see Dawkins go round Martini and over the line with the Exige, and it's a time of 49.15 for Gary, 49.15. Caterham R500, running as car 105, and that's a class leading time of 45.55. So easing away off the line, running as number 17, and that was the competition number allotted to Tony Wiltshire, who was entered in his familiar Rolt single-seater, but problems with the crown wheel and pinion mean that Tony is in action in the road-going specialist production car class, and he's off the line in 2.98 seconds. And out of the S's in 23.47, neat and tidy on a tight line through Saul Bench, as across the parkland Steve Osborne is away with the Westfield. And then we move to cars of the Downton Motor Club, which is top, car 101 in 48.60, so good competition, 3 people there on the same second. 5.55. Tony Wiltshire's time, car number 17, 48.18, 48.18. Corner goes Graham Vingo in his recently acquired Mini Cooper S of a BMW style. Car's done a significant mileage, it's about 120,000, has 15 owners. The S is in 24.82. Martini, Saul Bench without problem, as away from the start line goes the man most distinctive space frame chassis with the Mini. So has a weight advantage, let alone a handling advantage. Now it's Nigel Sampson with the ex-John Kirby Mini Clubman. Stuart and Nigel Sampson getting to grips with their new machine. Time for Don Bishop in his first season with the BMW R53 Mini, car number 99 is 51.49. As around Wiscombe we have Steve Jarrett with his Cooper S, time for 98, 49.40. Zach Cobb, Ethan Cobb a time of 52.98. Cooper, kind of 95 at 40. Nigel Sampson, kind of 93, taking a 47.74. As across the parkland goes Mark Morris, penultimate runner in the Downton Motor Club category. Mark safely through the right-hander at with the midget and leaves the S's on 25.21. So the time for 92, Steve Jarrett with the Mini Cooper S, 52.57. And Kevin Taylor with his Ulster Mini running as 90 takes the time. Morris made it to the paddock, kind of 88 in 49.86. So we see how Simon Hannum rather does with the midget, that it's a 53.02. 53.02 for Simon Hannum to complete the runners. Shared car running as 400 meters. Nick Lear posted 3.6 on the second visit of the morning for competitors here at the Wiscombe Park. So we have course vehicle on the hill, and we'll see how things pan out once we've got those cars back from the top paddock area.
Good morning, Jeffrey. Are you there?
I am indeed. I am. Whereabouts are you then, Mr. David Pearce?
Well, believe it or not, I'm actually with Darren at the catering unit.
Oh, well, there's a surprise.
And we have some lovely donuts, some
Rocky
Rocky Road.
Oh, not Rocky Road.
Yeah, I've got a very nice cappuccino I've just purchased. There's some lovely cake here. But Darren says that obviously being such a sunny day, he would have the ice creams on the go today as well.
Kelly's Ice Creams.
Kelly's Ice Creams.
Wow.
So,
right.
What time are you going to start the ice creams, Darren? Whenever the queue is there, he says.
Okay.
He's pretending he can't hear me.
Right. Is there a fudge aspect going on today?
Unfortunately, we are lacking in the fudge department today.
Oh, so you'll have to go without.
There's a lady behind me who wants to get a coffee. It's a very nice coffee, I can assure you. Yes. So, no, I'm just going to have a wander around today and see who we can find to chat to.
Okay. So that tells us, as we well know, that the catering's been up and running for goodness knows how many hours, but it's available there for all spectators who are making their way in now. You can come into the paddock area without further charge or paddock transfer. Look at the cars and take some refreshment, hot and cold foods, beverages, ice creams. What we do, is the bar open then, Dave?
There is a small queue at the bar.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Okay, good stuff.
I'm just going to have a look, see what they got on offer there. I think you're probably looking at, they got some Tarka.
Oh, Tarka.
They got wild cider. The product is beautiful, and I don't get my free sample until much later in the day.
No, I think that's very sensible. Later on in the afternoon might be worth trying.
The rumour is that nobody actually understands what I'm saying when I'm sober, let alone when I'm drunk.
I've heard it said, but never mind. No trouble. Good stuff.
So we're going to have a wander around the paddock. I see Tony Bonfield's up there sunning himself.
Yeah. So they've got the car going, because those of you who yesterday wouldn't have seen Tony and Ben. Clutch the problem.
Yeah, it was.
But they've been out and done some practice this morning, so
Yeah.
that's a good indication. We had our fastest time of the day, man, yesterday afternoon. Andrew Forsyth
Yeah.
took the victory on his first run, broke a drive shaft on the second, but he's been out. He's got a new drive shaft fitted, courtesy of some help from Ron and Ed Hollier and whatever. So he's up and running.
I think that might be payback time, because Andrew is currently cleaning Rod's tyres on the form.
Ah, good. Well,
Good?
that's a good sign, because of course Rod's had a little visit to the bank at Wis this morning.
I was standing next to Hayley when it happened.
Oh dear.
And I said to her, "What do you think he's saying?" She said, "Oh, he's probably saying, oh dear, didn't I get that wrong?"
Tish, do you think?
Well, it could have been Tish.
Tish, yeah,
Yes.
something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. So, how are we doing? Do you think on the repairs with the building?
Well, I'm looking at Rodney now, and he's sort of trying to hide away from me. But they're I know they've gone back to he's picked up a spanner and pretend he knows what it does. They've gone back to the garage to get some odds and ends,
right.
in the hope of getting it all rebuilt. And I think we'll see Rodney out this afternoon in it with no trouble at all.
Oh, that's good. I noticed that chatting to the lads earlier on, so it was good.
Soon.
You know, there's a new Wiscombe Hillclimb photo competition this year, and you know. All the way up through to Bench. He's away from the S's in 24.20 as across the parkland and over Bunny's Leap goes Thomas Alderton with his MX-5. Very close competition, as one might expect. Repeated later today. Around Wiscombe we have Aaron Sharp, yesterday's victor. Aaron off the line in 3.16 seconds. S's a little bit sideways at the top of the hill on the exit of Martini for Thomas Alderton, but no problems. Avoids contact with the bank and takes a second climb this morning of 51.16. That's car 440, Thomas Alderton in 51. And the Mazdas are getting a little bit, a little bit tail happy at that point of the course, because we have Aaron
and sharp also, kicking the back out of his MX-5 as he puts the pedal down on his efforts to get to the finish line. 51.20. As Phil Oliver completes his climb, running as 4:05 in 50.65. Round Wiscombe, then goes Hugh Bowen, and up along Castle Straight, fastest part of the hill here at Wiscombe Park. And conventional line for Hugh, keeps it tight around the left-hand hairpin at Martini and completes his climb in 54.55. That's car 412. Hugh Bowen at the top in 54.55. Also in the top paddock, Mike Lear, car 407 on 51.03. As across the parkline goes David Newman, contesting the Bristol 2-litre Cup. Afternoon. As around Wiscombe, we now have Alan Davis from Dorchester with TVR Griffith, and launched in 2.86 seconds. Sliding round Martini goes David Newman with the MX-5, car 203, to take a time of 47.96. Ben Crick with his Mazda MX-5, car 201, already in the paddock, are at the top of the hill in 53.5. And over the finish line goes Alan Davis with the TVR Griffith, number 76, in 49.18. Jamie Fisher-Pearson out of the S's in 24.76. Now rounds Martin to complete his climb in a 51.25. As Ian Benningfield with the MG Midget is the next man on the hill. And he's followed up by Mervyn Brake. Benningfield's round saw bench and sets off along Castle Straight as Merv Brake with the MX-5 tackles the S's in a time of 26 seconds. So Benningfield now over the finish line as Brake rounds Martini. Benningfield takes a time of 56.27. Alan Voice with his GT6, and now Mark Everett on the hill with Merv Brake in the top paddock, having completed his climb with the MX. 5:53.77 for car number 73. As waiting for the green light is Rob Pack with the TVR Tuscan, complete with speed stripe. Looks very much the part and sounds the part as he opens up across the parkland over Bunny's Leap and heading through the gate into the S's. Alan Voice with the GT6 completes his climb number 72 in 55.17. As away from the start line goes Brian Gent, moving us into the cars purely for the Gilburn Owners Club. Brian at the wheel on his GT 1800. Mark Everett has the Griffith 500, car number 71, at the top of the hill in 47.01 to go fastest in the Classic Marks class, as stepping off the line in 3.51 seconds goes Keith Marchant with the Mark III Invader, heading off eastwards over Bunny's Leap. Rob Pack in the top paddock with the Tuscan, car number 70, on 47.58. And across the line goes Brian Gent with the Gilburn, car 64, in a time of 53.64. Number of double drivers, or A drivers, amassing at the start, ready to go, and Graham Blake is off the line in 3.1 seconds with the Vauxhall red top powered Westfield. Graham showing the driving duties with his son Jeff. We'll see Jeff buckled in a little bit later in the proceedings. Graham's time 23.44 at the S's. As he comes up, gets on the brakes, takes a late apex at Saul Bench. Car fitted with a new differential for the 2022 season, in an effort to try and pick up some time as they leave the two critical hairpins here at Wiscombe Park, the right-hander at Saul Bench and the left-hander at Martini. So Blake completes his climb, second climb of the morning, car 42A in 48.34. And the other double driver we have on the hill at the moment, in the Legend Ford 34 Coupe, Jan Yo, who's trying very hard through the S's on his first visit to hill this morning, even in tricky conditions, was working away feverishly at the wheel. And Jan, running as 13.9A, posts a time of 45.12 for Yanyo in Class D1 Sports Libra cars up to 1800 cc's. So that brings us to the end of another batch, and time to retrieve cars from the top paddock down to the main paddock area. And we'll check in with Dave Pearce out in the paddock, our roving paddock correspondent, just to see what he's up to or who he's with. The answer to that might be nobody by the sound of it, so we'll see if David makes contact in due course. But cars coming back down the hill, streaming down the hill, ready to return to their paddock slots. The next batch of cars ready and waiting, so that we can work our way through the remainder of this morning's practice sessions. Action back on the hill. This morning session here at a sunny Wiscombe Park, and we're focusing at the moment on modified series production cars up to 1400 cc's. And we've got Clive James, yesterday's victor, on the line with the Peugeot 205. The Big Rover Mini Cooper, yes. But Clive, motor technician from Bridgewater, gets to grips with the Peugeot 205. Took 8th in the Association of Southwestern Motor Clubs Hillclimb Championship back in 2019. The cylinder block bored out to 1397 cc's, get a few extra cubic capacities, and through the S's in 22.96, and now rounds Martini and over the finish line in 48.21. 48.21 for Clive James in Class C1 modified series production cars up to 1400 cc's. Blasting away from the line goes Thomas Moore with his Mazda MX-5. Thomas, his first weekend of hill climbing, did his first ever hill climb event yesterday afternoon in this Mazda MX-5, originally built as a tarmac rally car, used within the Southwest tarmac rally scene for about 4 years in the hands of Tom, but he's decided to try a new discipline, so he moved across to speed hill climbing, modified throttle bodies, etc., and runs with an Emerald engine management system, and the motor giving about 157 brake horsepower. As around Saul Bench goes Sean Tuckey with the Ford car, out of the S's in a time of 22.67, and now pushing on along Castle Straight for his second time of the morning. Car 55, 47.54, 47.54 for Sean Tuckey in the Ford car, and now Neil Tuckey is heading up towards the gate with his Ford Fiesta. Stepped off the line in 3.18 seconds. And another Tuckey waits for the green light. Nathan in his Ford car, running as car number 40. Nathan took second in class yesterday afternoon, trailing class winner Martin Pike, who's on his way down to the start line. So over the finish line goes Neil Tuckey on 48.33, car 53 with a time of 48.33. Gordon Isles with the Vauxhall Corsa, Number 54 completed the course in 48.51, 48.51 for Gordon Isles, and now Nathan Tuckey, driving with a purpose in the Ford car, launched off the start in 3.13 seconds. As Martin Pike gets ready on the start line, Tuckey's clear of the S's in 29.57 and heading up towards Sawbench hairpin. He's another that takes a tight line, an early apex, and opens up the steering and delivers the power along Castle Straight. Looks into the braking area. Ooh, and has overshot Martini up the escape road for Nathan Tuckey. Got the braking a little bit late, but has not made any contact. Quickly slap it into reverse, back down, engage first, navigate your way around Martini, and you take a time of 63.56. 63.56 for Nathan Tuckey. Just showing that little bit of extra grip might not be there yet. Track's still drying out, and paid the price for that, but fortunately no damage, and Nathan lives to Hillclimb again, shall we say, later in the day. Might have brought back a little bit of debris, stones and debris from his visit up the escape road, so we have red flags out on the hill at the moment, just to make sure everything is in tip-top condition. We're looking at Martin Pike, who up next to run. Martin from Hollerton, so local driver to us here at Wiscombe Park. Past Wiscombe Park champion back in 2008, one of the early champion winners, and also went on to take the Hillclimb Championship of the Association of South Western Motor Clubs in 2010. So Martin's been hill climbing for about 25 years. I believe all of those with this Mark 1, immaculate Mark 1 Escort, now BDA powered. Looked after and maintained by Tipton Garage, another local concern. So Martin will be anxious to see if he can get another victory together today, another trophy for the cabinet, as soon as we've got the all clear on the course. And then following Martin, we move into the modified series production cars 1800 to 2600 cc's, and yesterday's class leader, the man first to run in that division, will be Steve Clark with the Subaru Impreza. But looks like we got the all clear. Red flags have come in, cascaded all the way down. The message that the course is good, the course is clear and ready to go. So Martin just focuses now on the green light, which the timekeepers give him, so he can make his start in his own time. And he's away off the line in 3.07 seconds. The BDA singing out beautifully across the sunny parkland here as Martin gets on the brakes through the gate into the S's and sets a time there of 21.83 as he then pushes on up through the upper S's into the left-hander and now the right-hander at Sawbench. Smooth and controlled, no undue waste of energy or power. Gets a good launch along Castle Straight, round Martini very tidily to clock a 46.33, 46.33 for Martin Pike, as Josiah Clark leaves Wiscombe with the Toyota Starlet. Josiah had a action-packed afternoon yesterday, which included the Toyota ending up on its roof at Martini, but everything put back together and back out in action. Steve Clark, first to run in Class C3 with the Subaru Impreza, car number 49, takes a time of 45.83, as his son Josiah through the S's in 25.48, as now heading towards the finish line, as Martin Stubbington, third in class yesterday afternoon with the Volkswagen Golf, gets his second run of the day up and running safely through the gate into the S's. And around Wiscombe over the line goes Rupert Ryle with his Peugeot 206. Rupert running as number 47, takes a time of 50.68, and car number 48, Josiah Clark, stopped the clocks on 52.50. So let's see how Martin Stubbington's doing. 22.62 out of the SS. Oh, sorry, that's Paul Harewood, really. Martin Stubbington already over the finish line. 48.17 with the Golf GTI. So Paul Harewood next to complete his climb, goes over the finish line in 47.43. That's kind of a 45 in a time of 47.43. As away from the start line in 2.76 seconds goes Weymouth driver Jeff Blake with the wide-bodied Westfield SEI with a Vauxhall red top 2-litre power unit. Jeff through the S's in 20.50, as away off the start line goes David Yeo with the Legend Ford 34, but Blake clean through Saw Bench on up to the braking area of Martini, and he hangs at left there to clock 43.03 for Jeff Blake. David Yeo gets a little bit of a tail slide on as he applies the power out of Saw Bench. And then we move to single seaters with some of the double drivers. And we go to Class E1 1100cc racing cars. Tony Bromfield with the Jedi Mark IV. Tony getting it away off the line in 2.52 seconds, and he's already clear of the S's in 20.19. Chooses his braking point for the Saw Bench hairpin, neat and tidy out of there, and hopefully their clutch problems are behind them, as Mike Williams is up towards the gate with his self-built MWR Storm. Mike launched in 20.1. Sorry, no, that's Tony Bromfield at the top. Car 26A in 43.84. Mike Williams launched in 2.82 seconds and has left the S's behind him in 20.97. Pushes it on around the left-hand hairpin at Martini to take a final time of 42.89. So the 1100cc racing car class going to give us some tight competition, no doubt. Shelley Deacon, who Dave Pearce was talking to a little bit earlier, will be out with her MMS PR in the very nice colour scheme. Ed Hoyer, of course, in a new machine this year with the Force HC. Took the win here yesterday. I'll be looking to see if he can make a brace of trophies as we make our way through today's event. Paul Reynolds, not at the wheel of the OMS, but back in the Caterham. 44.12 for car number 19. So completes the match up the hill. It's time for the officials to do a turnaround and bring those machines back down to the main paddock.
Jeff, I got a bit of an advance announcement for later in the year for you. The Five Clubs meeting later in the year, it's also the anniversary of the Gilburns first coming here, and I'm with Brian Gent, and Brian's from the Gilburn Owners Club. And Brian, tell us a little bit about what you're planning for later in the year.
Well, I think it all starts with our association with Wiscombe, which first started in April 1962, when the first car ran here. And it was a shared drive by the guy who owned it in the UK. The car was only 5 weeks old, but a friend of his was so excited in America, he flew over from the States to share the drive. And you've not been able to get rid of us ever since. So we're going to have a bit of a celebration. Hopefully we're going to have about 10 cars competing. We're going to have about 9 or 10 cars in a historic display, because these are cars that have got Wiscombe history. One of those that will also be there, apart from the original car from 62, is the car that holds the current hill record Gilburn-wise. So hopefully it'll be a good day, and let's hope we have plenty of Wiscombe sunshine.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous day today, isn't it? And quite a good turnout again today for your Gilburns. Everybody enjoying themselves this weekend?
Yeah, we've had a few problems, because we had 5 of us entered. One car gave gearbox problems on the way down, so that ended up with a shared drive, so we still had 5 drivers. And the car they were sharing blew its head gasket this morning, so we're down now to the Magnificent 3.
Oh, yeah, so you're enjoying it though. You've still got your old your 1800, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely, had that since 2009. That car's been racing since Easter 1968, not with me driving all the time, obviously.
I know you're far too young for that, I can tell by the way you look.
Thank you, Dave. It's the nicest thing you've ever said.
Yeah, don't count on it happening again.
I won't.
Yeah, but looking forward to the end of the year, September, and like you say, you're hoping to get a bit of a display, get some more of your members' involvement. Something to look forward to, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, if we don't celebrate, I mean, it's not only 60 years since the first Gilburn ran here, but it's 50 years since the club held the Wiscombe Cup, which has been held here every year ever since. So it's a dual celebration, and if we don't make the most of it, you know, we'll be dead by the time when the next celebration comes around.
Oh, I hope not. Will there be, this is the very leading, most important question of the lot, will there be cake?
Well, I'm not sure about that. But
you're not coming, mate, you're not coming.
We'll have to look into that one.
Yeah, I think it deserves a cake, don't you?
Yeah, probably, Dave.
So we look forward to that at the end of the year, and there are several other celebrations, of course, this year, Jeffrey, with the British Hillclimb Championship and Wiscombe being around in the British Hillclimb Championship for many years, and it's quite a nice year to look forward to, 2022.
Certainly indeed, plenty in store for us during the season, plenty of action. And we'll detail all the different meetings, no doubt, later in the day, but they're all listed on wiscombepark.co.uk, so that's where all the information will be. And if you want to pick up on the championship positions after this weekend, then they will be there as well. So we're looking at rally cars now. The rally car class, well supported division. First man out, John Simpson with his Mark II.
We like rally cars, don't we, Jeffrey? Oh. We've been in the passenger seat of rally cars, haven't we?
We've done that bit in our day.
Before John owned this car, I actually did actually do half a rally in the passenger seat.
Wow.
That wasn't half a rally because my bad navigation meant that we gave up. We were running as course car. It belonged to a gentleman called Carlo De Gregorio, and we done a course car on a historic rally on the Brendans, and I sat in for the second half, and it was fantastic.
I was going to say, that must be something a little bit special. The machine now giving out about 255 brake horsepower. So that's enough on the tarmac, let alone on the loose. But this car was originally a Forest spec machine, as Dave outlines. Car built back in the 1990s, but came into John's ownership in 2017, and he's used to good effect. Took 4th place in the 2021 Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Hillclimb Championship, and it looks like he wants to amass a few more points in that series for this year, as he launched in 2.99 seconds, and he's away out of the S's in 22.66, clean braking, and finds a late apex at Martini. A touch of opposite lock, and the back end getting a bit close to the bank on the exit of Woolbridge, but what do you expect? It's a rally car, but he's nice and tidy around Martini to clock 46.88 with the Mark II. And up towards Bunny's Leap goes Martin Dover, usually seen in a historic rally car, the Avenger, but now with his Honda Civic Type R. And off the line, Chris Elston with his Ford Escort Mark I, away in 3.39 seconds, with Martin Dover neatly through Woolbridge, and now heading off at a great rate of knots up Castle Straight. And with that, Elston enters the S's with the Mark I and clears that division in 24.93. Keith Zoom with the 911 SC heads towards the gate, as up Castle Straight goes Chris Elston, sets it up for Martini, stays in close all the way around the left hand hairpin, and completes his climb on a 51.21. Martin Dover takes the Honda to the top, car 33 in 51.32. And Dave Merrick, third in yesterday's meeting in this class with the Mark II Escort, car number 34, claims a time of 48.30. The man who was second yesterday afternoon, Tim Porter, out of the S's in 22.87. Neatly through Martini with a little bit of opposite lock on the exit in 47.39. 47.39 for Wimborne driver Tim Porter. But our attention now goes towards single-seater cars, but we'll pick up the time for Keith soon with the Porsche 911, car number 30, 51.12. Away off the line goes Malcolm Kerno with the distinctive Bewley, the 35916 model. Adrian Lewis non-starting in the 1100 racing car class with his Empire Evo. We already have Ed Hollier at the top of the hill with his new mount, the Force HC. Ed running as car number 28, goes sub 40 seconds on 39.44. Shelley Deacon with the OMS PR joins him in the top panic, car number 27 on 48.22. Ben Bomfield, the man who will be looking to achieve in this particular class. Inside car number 26 at the moment. Malcolm Kerno at the top Time 25 in 51.23. Tom Williams with the MWR Storm clears the S's in 19.74. Around Wiscombe, and he's gone over the finish line in 41.23 for Tom Williams with the MWR Storm, car number 24, 41.23. Additional runner in this class today, Paul Crocker with the Mark 1 Jedi, car number 23, over the finish line in 40.67. As our focus on the hill is for class E2, we have yesterday's victor Andrew Forsyth out of the S's in 18.25, neatly through Martini at the top of the hill in 39.15 for the CFO4 driver, Andrew Mathis. The man following him up the hill left the S's behind in 20.01. And he stays tight in on the left-hander at Martini to clock 43.20. That's car 21, Andrew Mathis. Our time of 43.20. So we've got Ben Bonfield down on the line and away off the start line as Ed McDonough takes his Dulon Formula Ford machine up Castle Straight. Ben Bonfield, rapid starter in 2.52 seconds with the 1 litre Jedi Mark IV, exits the S's in 18.66 as we see Ed McDonough cross the finish line in car number 20, the Formula Ford Dulon, in 54.05. Ben Bonfield gets on the power early on his exit from Martini to deliver a time of 39.57 for Ben Bonfield. And that compares with Andrew Forsyth's time of 39.15. And we have Ed Hollier down on 39.44. So 3 drivers in the single-seater divisions shaping up to do battle for fastest time of the day. Kevin Frost completes his climb with his self-designed and built KMD 004, car number 16, in a time of 43.18 for Kevin Frost, car number 16. So that could see us having completed our practice runs. Time to retrieve those cars from the top paddock before we go into the lunch break, and then return with a further 2 climbs this afternoon. So for those of you at the top of the hill,
track off here. I wouldn't want him to have, you know, it's too much of a change in the characteristics of the way I am. Right track off for it. Old long have, you know. It's too much of a change in the characters of the way out. change and go to where. Whoa!
Thank
So then it would go into her. Right track off for it. I wouldn't want you to have, too much of a change in the characters into where. Whoa! Somewhere, not sure. Wait, hang on, hang on. Yeah, yes, yes, yes. Right track off for it. I wouldn't want you to have, you know, too much of a change in the characteristics of where. Whoa! sure, wait, hang on, hang on. Yeah, yes, yes, yes. Right track off for it. I wouldn't want you to have, too much of a change in the characteristics of wear.
So that was my headset switched on, now switched off. You'll work on it. Okay, thanks Jason. Bye. Good afternoon, welcome back to the afternoon session here at Wiscombe Park, brought to you by Woolbridge Motor Club. And this afternoon's entertainment consists of two further runs, two official timed runs following this morning's two practice runs. So the drivers have all now got their eye in, they're familiar with the conditions which have dried out considerably from the first practice run this morning at 8:30 when track conditions were very wet, and now they appear to be good, certainly on the exposed parts of the track where the sun and the breeze has been able to do its job. Probably still a bit damp and a bit tricky under the trees. But the first person away onto the hill this afternoon with the Hillman Super Imp is Alex Howells, double driving with his wife Jenny, the Hillman Super Imp that they've campaigned in recent seasons. Alex is now into the braking area at the gate, stepped off the start line in 3.05 seconds and is now coming out of the S's in 27.37. So his next target up out of the S's to the right hand hairpin at Saw Bench. He takes a late turn in and clips the apex on the way out, and then powers up the fastest part of the course here at Wiscombe Park, Castle Straight, before braking for the left hand hairpin with a steep sharp gradient, and he makes a nice exit from that to go over the finish line in 56.29. 56.29 for 167A. Alex Howells with the Hillman Super Imp. So that car needs to be returned down to the main paddock area so Jenny can be strapped in and she can take her run with the rest of Class A1, which features road-going series production cars up to 1400 cc's. And yesterday it was Stephen Wareham that was doing the business in Class A1 with the 1380cc Morris Mini. Of course, Stephen was runner-up in the 2021 Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Hillclimb Championship, having to give best to Rod Isles with the Alfa Romeo 4C. So no doubt Stephen's target for this season is to go one place better, and he's now exercising his Mini, complete with Paul Inch powered under the bonnet, and Stephen will see if he can put a brace of victories together across the weekend. But second place man yesterday, Peter Stiles, we'll keep an eye open for him in the Suzuki Swift GTI. Peter down in the 50.47 time bracket in the second practice run this morning. On the fastest time of the day front, the overall fastest yesterday was in fact Andrew Forsyth with the OMS CF04. Andrew's going to be out in the single-seater racing car class again today. Fortunately for Andrew, did enough in his first visit to the hill with the Suzuki powered single-seater, because on his second run broke a drive shaft. So, but enough had been done, and with a bit of help from those around in the paddock overnight and this morning, the replacement drive shaft has been fitted and out and about. So I think Rod Thorne was one of those that was helping Andrew, and today Andrew's been helping Rod because Rod had a little altercation with the bank at Wiscombe on the first practice runs, but hopeful that the car can be readied and repaired, ready to do battle this afternoon in the Sports Libre category. So we now get to the main running of Class A1 road going series production cars. The first man out down to the start line will be the aforementioned Stephen Wareham. Lives in Bearegis, in Dorchester, in Dorset, telecommunications engineer by profession. Gets involved in a little bit of tyre warming on the way down to the start line. Chooses his position basically central in the track. He then focuses on the start lights which go green, and that means he can make his start in his own time. Goes through the first of two timing beams we have, which refer to them as splits, one after the bridge following the start and the other in the S's. So Stephen clocked a time of 3.15 seconds as he gets the start line. He's out of the S's in 22.66 and making his way through the left-hander on the approach to Sawbench hairpin. Oh, and he was going very smooth on the entrance, but lost it and hit the bank on the exit, understeered into the bank, bounced back off, and then made his way along Castle Straight. So it's not going to be the best time for Stephen. Car number 171, and eventually he gets a time of 48.33. Hopefully that hasn't inflicted any real damage on the Morris Mini. And waiting for the green light on the start line, we have Julian Rinaldi with his Ford Fiesta. Julian had a little contretemps with the scenery yesterday, so the Fiesta not quite as pristine as it was at the beginning of the weekend, but no lasting damage apart from a few dents and scratches. Just waiting for the all clear. Roger Coote in the top paddock with the Fiat Panda car number 170 in 54.65. So at the moment the time Stephen Wareham's 48.33 is still the target at the sharp end of Class A1. Here's away, local garage proprietor, lives in Lyme Regis. Julian took the Fiesta off the line in 3.45 seconds over Bunny's Leap and leaving the bright sunshine of the parkland into the shade of the S's, through the S's in 24.84. And up to Saw Bench. Usual wide approach, picks up the apex late, gets close to the bank but no contact there, and along Castle Straight up to tricky hairpin left at Martini, keeps a tight line there away from the banks and over the finish line in 51.20. So I'll put Julian into second place behind Steve Wareham, as yesterday's runner-up with the Suzuki Swift, Peter Stiles, left the line in 3.31 seconds, through the gate into the S's. Takes a mid-course time of 23.91 as Cameron Grant departs the start line in the Austin Mini. Stiles has the Suzuki neatly through Saw Bench, powering on along Castle Straight, looking to see if he can at least steal his way into second place. Car number 168 over the line in 49.25, so that should slot him into third place, as over Bunny's Leap goes Steve Loveridge with his Fiesta. Steve from Bridgewater, where he's an IT manager, and around Martini over the line we have 166. That was Cameron Grant with the Mini in a time of 55.01. Up towards the gate now, Alan Sydenham with the Nissan Micra. Alan from Tipperton, a workshop controller by occupation, with his Nissan Micra 1340cc, uprated and lowered suspension. The engine has been taken out to 1340cc and gives about 120 brake horsepower. Sterling Hallen in another Nissan Micra now on the brakes as he makes his way through the gate. Sydenham's round Martini and over the line, car 164 in 50.84, 50.84 for car 164. Time for Steve Loveridge, car 165, is 50.39. So Wareham leads Stiles, leads Loveridge, with Alan Sydenham and Julian Rinaldi 4th and 5th. In Class A2 we go then, on the line Andy Webb from Weymouth in the Citroen Saxo. This car is usually more regularly seen in a car trials environment, but Andy's taken the trouble to prepare it up for this weekend's hill climbing. Different wheels and tyres, of course. Lowered the suspension a tad as well. 52.75 for Andy on his second visit to the hill. As around Martini goes Matt Hannon, around Saw Bench goes the Volkswagen Polo of Matt Hannon. He's now through Martini, nice tight line sticking right up along the edge of the curb. So the time for car 161 is 59.20, 59.20. Sterling Hammond already in the top paddock with his Micra car 162 in 57.85. And now Roger Hodgson makes his departure from the start line with the MGTF 160. Alan Hawkins, meanwhile, on Castle Straight with the MR2. Came out of the S's in 25.55 and completes his climb in 51.99. 51.99 for car 153. Hodgson's clean and clear of Martini. Saul Bench, now off to Martini with the MG. Looking to improve on a 61.42 from practice this morning. We focus on Michael Sutton with the Toyota Corolla T Sport. Michael took the class win here yesterday afternoon. And he's followed up by Ian Peacock, who's now over Bunny's Leap with the Citroen C2. Time for 155. Andy Webb was 51.81, 51.81. 153. Alan Hawkins clocked 51.99, and we now have Roger Hodgson in the top paddock. Roger on 52.79, 52.79 for Roger Hodgson. It's a 51.99 for 153 Hawkins. And Michael Sutton's made it to the top, sub 50 seconds on 49.27. 49.27, with Ian Peacock with the Citroen making it also into the top paddock area, car 150 in 50.65. So Michael Sutton, as yesterday, goes to the top of the order with the Toyota. Ian Peacock second. Andy Webb powering into third place with the Citroen Saxo. Stephen Hepworth completes, just about to complete his climb with the Lotus twin-cammed Mark 1 Cortina, which originally started life as a GT. And he completes the climb in 54.99. That's car 149, time of 54.99. And waiting for the all clear on the start line, one of our faster double drivers from Class A4, Nick Ellis with the Subaru Impreza. Took a runner-up slot in Class A4 yesterday afternoon. Luke Holt back in Class A2 with the Ford Puma, car 146, stops the clocks on 55.57. So Nick Ellis taking the four-wheel drive Impreza away off the line in 2.58 seconds. Powers his way through the S's in 21.51 and makes rapid progress up towards Saul Bench. He's another that chooses the late apex approach and smoothly departs along Castle Straight. Then looks for his braking point at Martini, finds that and goes through the left-hander in a neat fashion to record 44.28, 44.28 for car 122A, Nick Ellis. So we've seen a 43.92 from Jack Ellis in practice this morning. So as per yesterday afternoon, the Ellis duo very much to the fore of road-going series production cars over 2,600 cc's. So over the finish line goes Jane Hibbert with the 328i Coupe BMW, running as 121A in 52.37, 52.37. So the early assessment of Class A1, Steve Wareham, despite his visit to the bank at Saul Bench, leads the way on 48.33. Peter Stiles with the Suzuki Swift slotting into second place with a time of 49.25, and Steve Loveridge in third with his Ford Fiesta, 1 litre Ford Fiesta. In Class A2, Michael Sutton doing the business there, leading the way with the Toyota Corolla T-Sport. And his best climb so far, 49.27. He heads up Ian Peacock in second place with the Citroen C2 on 50.65. And in third place, Andy Webb with the Citroen Saxo on 51.81. So that's the 1, 2, 3 there in Class A1 and Class A2. So it's time to evacuate the top collecting paddock and get those cars back into the main paddock area. So we send out a call from our roving correspondent Dave Pearce. Where and who are you with?
I'm sunning myself in the paddock, Jeffrey. It's gorgeous out here.
Well, it's nice.
I'm with Dom Bishop and the Cars of Downton Motor Club, and Dom's here today in his BMW R53 Mini. Also, he's organising a is it a party or a festival or something next weekend, Dom?
It's the annual classic show at Downton, which runs alongside the Cuckoo Fair. So on the Saturday we have endless different cars, lots of classic Mini, American, all sorts of stuff, Porsche Owners Club. So we run that on the Saturday, and this year is the 75th anniversary of Downton Engineering, and we're running a 75-mile road run on Sunday, which ends up at Codford, obviously starting in Downton. So it's my first year as Club Sec, so it's all a bit new, but I'm getting there.
Yeah, so obviously anybody who doesn't know where Downton is, it's just outside of Salisbury in Wiltshire, isn't it?
Basically it's on the main road between Salisbury and Ringwood. It's, 5-6 miles outside of Salisbury. Quiet little village, but once a year the Cuckoo Fair goes there. They shut the village off. I think Steve says they might get 20,000 visitors over the weekend. So
that's a phenomenal amount of people to come to see. Is it the Minis or the Cuckoos?
Yeah, well, as I say, I've never been, but the Cuckoo Fair is I think they close the main streets of the village, and it's endless stalls, and our car show runs alongside it very successfully, I believe, but I'll let you know after next weekend.
Yeah, it'd be great. So anybody who's at a loss what to do next weekend in the Salisbury area, to come along. Do you know if there's an entrance fee to get in?
No, to visit the show is absolutely free. You'll probably have to pay to park somewhere because there'll be lots of parking. But no, it's free entry. Come along, you'll see some very interesting things. I believe the twin-engined Mini racing car is coming, called Twinny. So I've never seen it, so I'll be quite interested to see that. Lots of interesting things.
This would be is this the red one or the green one that young Alan owns? Do you know? The Twinny, the gentleman who owns 2 of them over near Weston-super-Mare.
No, I think this one, the last picture I saw of it, it's actually silver. So I don't know whether it's been painted. I'm trying to remember the chap's name, but it escapes me at the minute. But I say he's bringing it along to the show, and I believe he said he might actually come out and campaign it. So that would be interesting to see on the hills.
Yeah, there are 2... I'm as bad as you. Alan, who I've known for years, whose surname I can't think of, has got a red one and a red one and a green one, and the red one I believe he bought in from America. So quite nice to actually have 2 Minis and 16 spark plugs.
Yeah, I still can't quite figure how you get 2 engines with 2 gearboxes to work together in one car, but it'd be really interesting to see.
That's great. Now, also, in amongst all this, will the Cobb brothers be there?
Oh, now that I don't know. You've put me on the spot now. Yeah, my competition who sat to my left. You better go and ask them, I think.
I will. So we got Zach and Ethan Cobb, 2 brothers who have been. Originally, they were campaigning the yellow Mini number 98 today with a black bonnet, and then it's minor indiscretion, and then they decided they'd have a Mini each. So if they damage one, I understand they pay their own bills now. Is that right, Zach?
That's it. Yeah, it makes it bit more clear cut when one of us does something to one of them. So, you know, if you smash it up, then you've got to repair it yourself, and the cost comes down to you. So don't get too messy.
So is the spec of the two cars, I'm going to ask you from this, is the spec of the two cars about the same, or has one of you got a better car than the other, or is it down to driving ability? Let's wind this up.
I'd say suspension is pretty much the same. I've pretty much copied Zach on that. Other than that, his quick shift makes a difference, I think, but other than that, it's pretty much the same.
So who's the quicker of the two?
Zach.
Oh, that's good of you to admit that about your brother. You're relatively, I've got to say this carefully, very relatively young compared to a lot of us anyway. And how did you get into the sport, Ethan?
Well, my granddad campaigned up here for many years in Austin 7. We watched, and that got us into it, really.
Yeah, and was it something that you decided between you that you wanted to do, Zach, or was it sort of like one of you pushing the other a bit?
Well, basically, I wanted to have a go, but didn't know how to get started. And then my granddad just said, "Do you want to jump in the Austin? If you can fit, you can have a go." So I did a season in the Austin, and then figured out kind of what I need to do and overalls and all that kind of stuff. And then we started off in a Peugeot that we bought for 400 quid. Me and Ethan double drove that for a year. And then realised kind of it was going to cost more money to develop the car to get much more out of it. So we looked at the market and found out that there was quite a good following and lots of mods available. So we picked this and threw a bit of money at it, but not much. Kind of decent tyres. If you can find one with a limited slip diff, that's a bonus. But apart from that, it's the mods that everyone does to it. Smaller pulley to wind up the boost a bit. And that's it really, not much else, just tyres and suspension.
So a relatively cheap entry-level sport for you?
Yeah, really, once you've bought the overalls and stuff, it's not too bad really. I can't remember what, like probably 200-300 for the overalls and helmet each, and then the car, and then to get going you could just have a standard car and just a few little things like a timing strut and a few stickers here and you're away.
That's lovely. I'll thank you for that. I'll hand back to you now, Jeff, as I see you've got some cars with you.
Indeed, we've got cars at the top of the hill already. John Wells taken his first official run of the afternoon in Class A3 with the Mazda MX-5, running his car 145. He's put in a time of 48.12. Followed up the hill by George Koopman with the Toyota Yaris. George looking to improve on a practice time of 52.06. But next man away from the start line, Michael Ford with his Audi S3. This car new to Michael, having campaigned a Lotus Elise S1 for the last sort of 6 or 7 seasons. So the Tiverton driver learning all about this new machine. Not done a lot of work on it as yet. He's upgraded the turbo and adjusted the engine mapping to suit. So I think Michael's looking at honing his driving skills, getting used to the front wheel drive machine, and then he'll see which way he goes in extracting a little bit more performance from it. So George Koopman, car 144, completes his climb in an improved time of 50.76, 50.76 for 144 George Koopman. Michael Ford then out of the S's in 27.37, and now cleanly through Martini to take a time of 55.92, 55.92 for Michael Ford. Car 142, the Renault Clio 197 of James Wills in the top paddock, car 143 on 51.67. So Russ Clark, a retired car salesman from Exeter, appears to be the man sitting on the start line. Followed up by John White with his Audi S3 and Harry Harris with the Mazda MX-5, all ready to go as soon as they get the all clear. Can't see any red flags being displayed. So there may be a technical issue. But the marshal's steadying the car and getting ready, so we expect the traffic light system at the start line to change colour imminently, to go from red to green. And once that's occurred, the driver can go in their own time. But that's yet to happen. Russ posted a 53.10 during the drier of the two practice runs this morning. Light goes green, so the Exeter driver prepares, makes sure it's in gear, engages the clutch, and departs the start line in 3.22 seconds. We'll see Russ's son and grandson in action a little bit later in the proceedings. And Russ takes BMW style Mini Cooper S into the S's and clocks a time there of 24.43. The usual wide approach to Saw Bench, and he stays wide. Car seemed to falter a little as he rounded Saw Bench. Tackles Castle Straight around Martini to finish in 55.49 for car 141. John White then with the S3 took the car off the line in 2.84 seconds and achieves a 22.87 in the S's as Harry Harris departs the start line. We have John White quickly through Saw Bench hairpin and along Castle Straight. Harry Harris meanwhile going over Bunny's Leap, but White is in and out of Martini in a flash to record 47.06 for car 139. Harry Harris, another of these to get a late apex at Saw Bench, but that chucked the car offline a little bit and he had to put some steering input to keep it off the bank, but he's clean at Martini and takes a time of 49.37 for car 138. And 137 way, Alan Goodair with his Volkswagen Golf R. Alan now actually contesting Class A4, over 2,600cc division of road-going series production cars. And he's followed up the hill by Matt Van, yesterday's victor in Class A3. The road-going series production cars, 1,800 to 2,600. And the Audi TT man was away off the line in 3.03 seconds into the shade of the S's and through there in 22.41 as Debbie Blake takes her John Cooper Works Mini across the parkland. Van is neat and tidy at Saw Bench hairpin. Along Castle Straight, looking for the braking point at Martini, and it's all good, no problems there for the Audi TT man, and a time of 45.75 for Matt Van. That should just ease him ahead At the top of the field, as away off the start line, goes Stuart Brown with his 1600 Ford Fiesta. Debbie Blake, car 134, the John Cooper Works Mini, over the finish line in 48.43. Debbie from Weymouth in Dorset, improving on her practice time as Simon Neve at the wheel of the Mitsubishi Lancer, the final runner in Class A3. Simon originally entered in Class A4 with his Evo 6 RS, but that car's indisposed at the moment, so it's a GSR Lancer that Simon is driving today, and he took that off the line in 2.66 seconds and through the S's in 22.64. Over the finish line goes Stuart Brown then with the Fiesta, car 130 in 50.94. 50.94. We have John Lepedvin, also Ford Fiesta mounted, car 132, taking a time of 50.13. Also into the top paddock now, Simon Neve, car 128 on 47.44. That should slot Simon into third place behind John White in second and Matt Van in third place. So Clive Stangle out of the S's in 20.76 and got the four-wheel drive turbo machine out of Saul Bench to good effect. Brakes neatly and tidily into Martini and through and over the finish line. Time for car 123 is 43.23, 43.23 for car 123, as Terry Headley takes the high mileage BMW 328i Coupe across the parkland, a car that's in daily use. Time for car 124, Mike Potter, it's the WRX-RA Subaru Impreza. It's 50.68, 50.68. So Jack Ellis, the man who took class honours yesterday, gets to the top with the Subaru, and it's a 42.94, 42.94. So that will give him a healthy advantage at the top of the division. Jack Ellis leading on 42.94 from Clive Stangle on 43.23 and Nick Ellis. Yesterday it was an Ellis lockout in the first and second position. So time for Terry Headley, car 121 is 63.63. So the Rowlands Castle driver a little bit off of his practice pace of 50.59. And look to some double drivers now, and off the line is the Mini Clubman. We had Dave Pearce speaking to Dominic Bishop on the Matters Downton Motor Club, and of course Stuart Sampson second place yesterday in a car that's new to Stuart and Nigel, so getting used to this particular machine. And at Martin, I think we're going to have a red flag very soon. We've got a car running backwards at Martini and a car that's just left Saul Bench. So yep, out come the flags. Car 102A is one of those involved. Which was Victoria Larkinen with the Caterham 7, and then she's okay now, just making her way round Martini and off towards the finish line. So
the instructions is clear the track.
I think time has been given to Victoria, but in view of the circumstances, not a meaningful record. And now Sampson with the Mini Clubman top paddock, being given a rerun. So that brings that batch to a conclusion. So we'll just have a quick visit back to Class A3 and confirm Matt Van leading the way there, the Audi TT driver, having posted a time of 45.75. John White in second place with the Audi S3 on 47.06. And third place occupied by Simon Neave with the Mitsubishi Lancer and a time of 47.44. And Class A4 then, the last of the road-going series production cars, this time for machines over 2,600cc. Jack Ellis leading the way there with the Impreza on 42.94. Second, Clive Stangle with the Mitsubishi Evo, having climbed in 43.23, and Nick Ellis takes third at the moment on 44.28. So that's the situation as we return those cars from the top paddock. So we will send out our call to Dave Pearce.
Yes, Jeff. When you were younger, Jeff, did you read any car magazines?
It was noted at the time, I think.
any particular magazines?
I think in the early days, probably Motorsport.
Okay. Did you ever read Hot Car?
No.
Oh, well, that's the end of you then, isn't it, mate?
It is.
I have with me here now Keith Soom. Now, Keith used to be the editor of Hot Car magazine, which dealt with a lot of sort of hot roddy type stuff. Keith, it's a few years back now, wasn't it, Hot Car? Were they great days? Was it lots of stuff, modifications and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic because in the sort of mid-70s to late 70s, it was when the whole hot rod scene was getting off the ground over here. And in fact, one of the competitors here today, Roger Coote, because he used to have a Jag engine Model T and everything, and it's quite amazing how many people that you start talking to who were around at that time. But the Chelsea Cruise was just getting off the ground and all that sort of thing. It was the start of a whole new scene. Fantastic.
Now, you're here today in a Porsche 911. Normally you're in your 914, which I understand's just having a bit of work done to it.
Yeah, I got tired of racing to come last or second to last in A3, so I thought I'd treat it to a new crank and heads and whatever, and transmission rebuild with limited slip diff and closer gears. And even though you've got the whole of winter to do it all, inevitably you run out of time. And Adrian Crawford from Williams Crawford very kindly loaned me his 911. Which is great, and I've starting to come to the conclusion I needn't bother with my own car. I'll just borrow somebody else's.
Now, obviously, you got the 911. For many years, I believe were you the editor of the Porsche magazine as well?
I was editor of Classic Porsche magazine and features editor on 911 and Porsche World. And prior to that, editor of Vokes World and worked with Ultra VW magazine, whatever. So it's just been car magazines all my life, and all the fun ones to work on, so.
That sounds great. Also, I'm going to say, Telestar recently.
Yeah, the car SOS thing that sort of came out. I'd done a couple of bits in the years past with Top Gear in the days of like Chris Goffey and Frank Page and whatever. And then a couple of years ago, I got contacted by the car SOS crew because, a guy who I'd known since he was a baby, Andreas Christoforus, had been victim of an acid attack. And, I got to know him, because his dad helped me organise Run to the Sun. And so Car SOS decided he would be a worthy candidate. So they got me on board to, help sort out, this Wizard Roadster VW for him. So it was a real honour to do it.
I did see it actually, and I thought, that man looks familiar over the back there. And it's great when you see them do that, but I don't know about you. Do you end up with a tear in your eye as well?
Oh, particularly, of course, I'd known Andreas since he was a little kid. I mean, very briefly, for anybody who's not familiar with the story, Andreas was in his late 20s and answered a knock on the door. And he's got a wife and 2 little kids. Answered a knock on the door, and a guy was standing there and who just said, "This is for you," and threw a pint of acid in his face. And it was mistaken identity. He'd gone to the wrong house. So what was really sad was that one of his sons didn't even recognise him afterwards. But now, he's been helping, with Katie Piper, the Katie Piper Foundation, and done a lot of work in the States. And just to see the joy on his face when he was presented with the car, it's wonderful.
Yeah, I watch it. I always find I get towards the end of whichever episode it is, and I feel quite emotional about it. Now, you just touched on something else there, that Run to the Sun. Were you the gentleman that organised the very first one? Were you the man behind it?
Yeah, I was editor of Custom Car Mag at the time, and we were just launching Volksworld Mag as well. And I met the editor of Surf Scene magazine down in Newquay, and we were just sitting over a cup of coffee and said, wouldn't it be great if we could do an event to tie the two together? Because, hot rods and surfing and Volkswagens and surfing go together. And so he said, well, Newquay Surf Classic is in May. Why don't we do a cruise from London down to Newquay? And I said, Ian, why don't we call it Run to the Sun? And that was it. So I've become one of the most hated people in Newquay because all the crowds that we brought down there.
Yeah, but it's if you're a VW person, it's a great experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic because we did it all for charity. The locals just didn't know what hit them. And again, it was Andreas Christophers' father, who was on the town council there, who had to make it clear to all the shop owners who were complaining about all these cars turning up. Sort of said yes, but those cars bring like 5,000 people over the weekend who wouldn't have been here otherwise, so shut up and enjoy the money.
Well, I got to say, it's really nice to sort of meet you and to have a chat, and to know that there's somebody in amongst us who's done so much for motoring and journalism over the last, I'm going to say 40 years.
Yeah, it's for about 45 years now. It's kind of scary, but, I'm only 18, so I started very, very young.
No, going back to the 911, enjoying driving it?
Yeah, I mean, I've owned 911s and driven tons of them, through work, but this is actually the first time I've driven this car up Wiscombe, and it's the first time I've driven any 911 up Wiscombe. And whereas the handling on my 914 is very, very neutral, being mid-engined, this is obviously full of understeer when you get it wrong going into Wiz, and then full of oversteer when you get it wrong coming out of Sawbench. But it's fantastic. Just the torque and everything it's wonderful. I love it.
Now, as regards hill climbing, how long have you been competing? It's not actually that long, I don't believe, is it?
No, this is only my second season. I mean, I've been a drag racer at heart. Drag raced through the late 80s and all through the 90s. And I still race a car out in the States when I go out there. But living down in the West Country, there's not much drag racing going on. It's a long way to go to Santa Pod. And Jonathan Williamson, who I've known for a few years, talked me into having a crack on the hills. And that's it. I blame him for everything now.
Yeah, Jonathan actually gets quite a lot of blame, well deserved as well for him. But thank you for that, Keith. Thank you for taking the time. It's great to hear a little bit of the insight into your history and all the things that you've done. And may I thank you for everything you have done for motoring in the Southwest.
Oh, thanks very much. I'm flattered that you wanted to speak to me.
It wasn't that, you just didn't run away fast enough. So back to you, Jeff. I see you've got cars there.
We do indeed. Thank you both. Very interesting and good to find out a little bit more about other aspects of motoring other than speed hill climbing, but that's the focus of attention for Stuart Sampson at the moment. He's going to take a rerun in the Alston Mini Clubman, having been flagged. So the Downton Motor Club man out and ready to go. Stuart, an engineer from Ferndown, acquired this car at the end of last season, so this is their first season of double driving this car, and their first season of driving a car on slick tyres. So steep learning curve, which they are handling well so far because the conditions have been a bit tricky during the course of the weekend. We've had damp, we've had wet, we've had dry, so they've learnt all that. And this is a 1970 Ulster Mini Clubman originally, and in the hands of John Kirby, ran with a 998 turbo engine, but now with a 1380cc engine tuned by Paul Inch, dog gearbox, and a power output of circa 125 brake horsepower. So Stuart had a dry practice run, or dry-ish practice run, of 47.03. Of course, having been up the hill quite recently, the slick tyres are a little bit warmer than they might otherwise be. That might work in Stuart's favour as he takes it away off the line in 2.85 seconds. Crests Bunny's leap before getting on the brakes once the car's settled, and he hurls it through the right-hander at the gate. And then it's the left, right, left, right, left of the S's, and he deals with that in 21.94 seconds as he comes up into the braking area for the right-hand hairpin at Saw Bench. Nice and clean, consistent line through there, and away up Castle Straight as he gets his eye in, finds his braking point for the Martini hairpin, and hurls it through there in 45.77, so a handsome improvement of time there. Also suggests that track conditions are improving all of the time. We'll see how Steve Harris copes with the track at the wheel of Kevin Taylor's Alston Mini, not in fact Steve's own machine, so he has to show some deference to the fact he's driving somebody else's machine. So Steve Hill now on the hill, taking us into road going specialist production cars. Steve looking to improve on his practice time of 46.89, and he's followed off the line by Ian Hodgson. But Hill, running as number 114, left the S's in 21.04. And completes his run in 43.09, 43.09 for car 114, Steve Hill. Steve Harris, running as 90A, stopped the clocks on 52.31, 52.31 for Steve Harris in Class G. And now exercising his machine across the parkland is Trevor Parsons, his Caterham Lotus 7. Over the finish line goes 112 Ian Chambers with the Caterham 7 in 44.88, 44.88 for 112. As off the line goes Dave Gibson with the G4. Trevor Parsons at the wheel of his Caterham Lotus 7 out of the S's in 22.98 and completes the climb in 47.42. So with Dave Gibson and the Ginetta G4 on the hill, we have Ian Englehart on the grass between the start and Wiscombe with the Cosworth powered Westfield, the four-time Wiscombe champion, stepping off the line in 2.67 seconds. Made it through the gate into the S's and away in 20.66. As off the line goes James Nash in his Caterham Road Sport. But Englehart wide in, tight out, and a little bit of a sideways flick under power, getting that Cosworth brake horsepower delivered down onto the tarmac. And Englehart's around Martini in a time of 43 seconds dead. 43.00 for Ian Englehart, puts him 9/100th of a second up on Steve Hill. Ian Chambers in third place. James Nash, car 108, over the finish line in 44.88. 44.88 for car 108. As we move to road going specialist production cars, 1800 cc's and 1125 cc's if the power comes from a motorcycle engine. And we have the TVR Vixen, Ian Harrison. But before him, Richard Burnett with the Westfield Aerospace takes a time of 47.38, car 107, 47.38, as the very rapid Ben Wheeler with the Caterham R500 storms across the parkland. Ben took a class win here yesterday afternoon out of the S's in 21.37 and storms up into Saw Bench. Gets the power down to good effect as he departs up Castle Straight, looking for the braking point into Martini. Which he finds and clocks 43.77. So yesterday's class leader showing an advantage at the moment ahead of Richard Burnett in second place on 47.38. So Duncan Stewart on the start line and away with the Caterham 7. Duncan new to this car last season and beginning to learn the ways of getting the best out of the machine. As waiting on the start line, we have 101, and that of course is Steve Osborne with the Westfield 7. Meanwhile, at the top of the hill, Gary Dawkins with the Lotus Exige, car 104, clocks 45.47, and Jim Faulkner also in the top paddock on 47.53. How's Duncan Stewart doing? He's just gone over the finish line on 47.39. 47.39. As across the parkland with the Caterham 420R goes Tony Wiltshire. In our programmes today to drive the Rolt in the single-seater class, but crown wheel and pinion problems. And Tony's brought out his road-going Caterham 420R just to keep his eye in, so to speak. 101 Steve Osborne in the top paddock on 47.15. 17 Tony Wiltshire out of the S's in 21.74. And slides it through Martini to take a time of 44.66. 44.66 puts Tony into second place behind Ben Wheeler. Ben on 43.77. Tony, of course, 44.66. Gary Dawkins in third on 45.47. So it's into the Downton Motor Club classes, car number 99. On the hill, it's Dominic Bishop, who was chatting to Dave a little bit earlier on. Dominic from Beer Regis in Dorset takes the car into the top paddock on 50.69, 50.69, as across the parkland goes Graham Vingo with his newly acquired Mini Cooper S. And onto the start line, the space frame chassis Maguire Mini Cooper S in the hands of Derek Kessel. So Zach Cobb, number 98, at the wheel of his BMW styled Mini Cooper S, takes a time of 47.05. His brother Ethan's joins him in the top paddock, car number 97 on 50.04, and Graham Vingo out of the S's in 24.69 and completing his run with the clock ticking on. We have the marshals out at Saw Bench with a red flag. Can't see what the focus of their attention is. We've got a car going through Martini. That appears to be Vingo, car number 96. So a troubled run there for the Dorchester driver on 79.26. Perhaps he was given a red flag. Certainly some brushing going on at Saw Bench.
Jeffrey, while they're busy brushing...
Oh, yes.
Yes. I must say, what a fantastic selection of ice creams we got down here in the paddock. I caught Darren just now eating one, so...
well, there you are, yes.
When you see the actual owner
Yes.
eating his own products, it's really, it means that it must be good. We got black currant and cream, Cornish vanilla, salted caramel, milk chocolate chip, rum and raisin. I like a bit of rum and raisin. I like a bit of rum and raisin, Darren.
Hint, hint.
Chocolate, honeycomb, mint chip chop and toffee fudge, as well as your normal cones and tubs. So yes, and there's not too much of a queue there at the moment. The sun's shining nicely and the ice creams are readily available.
So now's the time. You haven't had a little tipple in the beer tent yet, have you? Because there were some very special beers you were eyeing over this morning.
Well, I'm actually by the beer tent at the moment. I'm just going to go and have a look. You might need to turn it on. So, sorry, I've just I got tangled up with a scrutineer then.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
What a way to go.
Yeah. So we're having a look. We got the Tarka 4.
This is Dartmoor Brewery, I understand.
Well, it's Devon Lager from Otter, this one.
Oh right.
And that's got wild cider, medium dry cider, which is also from the Otter Brewery. And there's some very nice bottles of wine if you're a wine person. Bit of Doom Bar. Everybody likes a bit of Dartmoor Legend as well.
Wow.
So quite a selection there to try. So
all sounds very enticing.
It does, doesn't it? But I think, unfortunately, not until the end of the day for the likes of you and I.
No, it's probably very good.
No.
Very good call.
Yeah, so Darren's there, still busy selling ice creams, and the burgers and fries bar is still open with lots of other stuff apart from burgers and fries, of course.
Indeed, other brands are available.
Would you like to know about the cake?
Go on then.
Well, while I'm walking that way, we might as well, don't we?
Tell us about the cake.
Well, there's a very nice piece of Victoria sponge there.
Oh.
Yeah, and I can see some Danish pastries. So pain au chocolat, I think they call them. I'm not able to do French very well. Some tiffin. So, millionaire shortbread.
Oh, wicked.
Yeah. And, of course, donuts.
Yeah, well,
lovely donuts. There's a man here just buying donuts. How many are you going for?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to tell me how many donuts he's buying.
Oh, yeah, four donuts, yeah.
All for you?
They're not actually for me, but...
I'll use that excuse as well.
That's what they all say.
I had 4 yesterday and I scoffed them all one after the other.
Oh.
Very good.
Oh, I like the idea of that. Mind you, Nick's handing them out, so, you know, they got less fattening centres, I see. Yeah, he's looking at me. Are they still busy sweeping up there?
Well, I think we finished the sweeping. Derek Kessler, who was flagged, has now been released up to the top of the hill. He's gone round Martini into the top paddock, so the red flag should soon be coming in.
It's quite an operation that the marshals have to perform here, isn't it? They have to be able to do everything.
Well, you're being such an adaptable chap. You were on the other side of the fence yesterday, weren't you? You were actually the clerk of the course.
Indeed,
so
I was, yes.
You know all about everything that goes to make this event or these events tick, and it is a sizable operation.
I think the biggest thing that makes the events tick is the coming together of what I call my motorsport family.
You indeed.
You know, everybody works together. It's a big team effort to get it up and running, and we all have such a great time. Yeah, it's quite a commitment. And when you think of the cost of fuel, and these marshals come down here, they pay for their own petrol to get here. They don't get a lot out of it. They often, would financially, they would often go away having spent more than, you would normally on a weekend, so should I say, because by the time they've gone for something to eat and then, maybe pub for the night. So I think the cars are starting up again down there now, aren't they?
We're back into action with the Downton Motor Club.
Yeah, I'll leave it back to you then.
Thank you then, Dave. And it's Steve Jarrett, who's the man leading up to the line with his BMW style Mini Cooper S. Steve, company director, involved in the construction industry, lives in Wimborne, over near Bournemouth. In his first season of hill climbing with his R53 Cooper S, dates back to 2004, and for those who are interested, it's finished in a black sparkle wrap. But Stephen at the moment making the most of the 1600 supercharged engine, and as we mentioned earlier on, it's got a reduced pulley to help with the turbo, sports exhaust, uprated brakes and suspension. As away around Wiss Corner goes Mark Morris with the Renault Clio 172 Cup car. Now, as we've mentioned before, you don't have to have a Mini of any vintage to be part of the Downton Motor Club scheme. As long as you've got an interest, that's fine, but you can compete in different cars, as we see with Mark Morris and the man now on the start line, Simon Hannum, with his MG Midget. So at the top of the hill, Steve Jarrett, number 92, gets a time of 52.09 as Hannon takes the Midget across the parkland towards Bunny's Leap. Simon from Wimborne, and by occupation he's a general operations manager in an engineering business. His motorsport history sees him as a navigator in historic car events. So, purchased this machine a few seasons ago, uprated and lowered suspension, changed the differential ratio, and of course added the obligatory safety requirements. So Mark Morris, car number 88 at the top in 48.46. And Simon Hannum completing his climb on 52.56. So in the Downton Motor Club category, it's very much at the moment Stuart Sampson leading the way, but we've got a rerun, of course, don't forget, for Derek Kessel with the Maguire space frame chassis Mini, and it's that combination that we would expect to be at the top of the order in Class G. But at the moment, Stuart Sampson on 45.77, Zach Cobb second on 47.05, and Mark Morris in third on 48.46. So we'll recap on the situation in Class B2. Ian Engelhardt leading the way in road going specialist production cars 1400 to 1800 cc's. The quadruple Wiscombe Park champion, having recorded a time of 43 seconds exactly. Second place, just 900ths of a second adrift, Steve Hill with his Caterham 7, and third place currently occupied by another Caterham 7, that of Ian Chambers. And Ian took a time of 44.88. In Class B3, still of course road going specialist production cars, but we've gone up an engine size, so to speak. So we're looking at engines over 1800 cc's and 1125. Ben Wheeler leading emphatically there with the R500 Caterham on a climb of 43.77. In second place, Tony Wiltshire on 44.66 with his Caterham 420R. Gary Dawkins with the Lotus Exige in third on 45.47. So we're just bringing the cars back down the hill, but let's go to Dave out in the paddock.
Well, actually, I've got George Koopman with me. George is the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship coordinator. I think we might need to move up a bit. I think our signal's being blocked actually there. George, so the championship this year going well?
Well, so far we've had a record number of entries at 92, which is way more than ever before. And I've just had 2 more people today. I mean, it's incredible. I'm really delighted.
Yeah, I think that Wiscombe itself has got a real draw to it, hasn't it? And I think there's been rather a lot of promotion this year, which I think may have helped that. Do you?
I do think so, and the sort of website sort of gives various links to some of the other activities, including getting sort of new people started. But I think the important thing is that the events here are run by several different clubs, but they all have a common point, which is Wiscombe. And so it's very nice to have our own championship. And there are 9 eligible rounds, of which we count the best 6. So that allows for any sort of difficult days. But as a result, it really seems very popular. I'm delighted.
Yes, and nice to have the man who has number 1 in the British Hillclimb Championship on his car as our sponsor, isn't it?
Absolutely, and he's very enthusiastic. When we're in lockdown, he actually, obviously there wasn't an event in the house to present the awards, so I think it was either last summer or the summer before, we had an informal presentation in the paddock, and he was very happy to get involved, which is terrific.
So anybody doesn't know, it's Wallace Mingies. Wallace, obviously all the way up there in Scotland, but loves Wiscombe.
Yes, he seems incredibly enthusiastic about it. It's a great tribute, not merely to the venue, but the fact that it's entirely run by volunteers who do such a super job here.
So let's go back into your history, George. How did you get into motorsport?
I was out of work and needed a job. Truly.
Yeah. Tell us a bit more about that then.
Well, somebody told me in the Daily Telegraph that there were 2 racing teams advertising for an accountant. And so I applied to BRM and March. BRM were so slow off the mark. I'd had a job offer from March before BRM got back to me.
So you were the accountant for March?
In the very early days, yes. And so I can see where this is going. And Max Mosley was my first boss in motor racing.
And you moved on from March as years went by, or you marched on, shall we say?
Very good, yes, I love that one. And I ended up at Williams in the late 70s, early 80s. Had a bit of a break, spent a while with Tyrrell. Had a very brief spell helping Honda set up a Formula One team, which they abandoned, but eventually I think metamorphosed into the sort of early embryonic Brawn team via Reynard. And then spent my latter years with Extract gearboxes.
So quite a good history, that, isn't it? It must have been a lot of really nice people you met, and people of some note within the motorsport world in those days.
I think the good thing, particularly in the early days, it was much more of a sort of friendly family, and everybody sort of tried very hard to sort of make it all work. It's obviously competitive on the track, but away from the track it was all fairly relaxed and informal. I do think it's moved on a bit nowadays to being much more high pressure.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on everybody within the higher echelons of motorsport now, isn't there? All this, like nice casual informalness seems to have gone out of a lot of it, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think my main memory, and it's probably the sort of best one to sort of stop boring people about, is buying a new Formula One Cosworth DAV in 1972, £7,500 for the whole engine.
Yeah, that's quite good actually. And I always come back to this, and because I come from the rally background, your involvement with the Metro 6R4.
Yeah, I can't quite remember how that happened, but Williams were in Didcot and Austin Rover Motorsport, or whatever it was called, were just up the road, based outside Abingdon. Abingdon? Yeah, that's right. And somehow the approach was made as to whether we could help engineer the, if you like, the understructure for the Rally Metro. And John Davenport approached Patrick Head and did a very relaxed deal and got two of our engineers stuck into it, one on the transmission called John Piper and another who did all the sort of structural engineering called Brian O'Rourke. And then Patrick sort of oversaw the suspension and so on. David Wood from Austin Rover Motorsport, fascinatingly, got a Rover V8 engine, chopped 2 cylinders off and turned it into a temporary 6-cylinder engine, which was eventually developed as a proper 6-cylinder, and that went on to form the basis of the Walkinshaw XJ220 Le Mans car.
Is that also in the XJR15? That was a Walkinshaw car that, you know, was Le Mans sort of base, but there was a race championship for him, I believe. I don't know if you remember those.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm one of those annoying people whose history isn't very good. I sort of tend to live more in the present. Sorry about that. But
I think your history is very fascinating, actually.
Yeah. Yes, wrong time of day. I'm on soft drinks.
Yeah, and would I be right in saying you were the man who ticked the box that said, yes, we will go ahead with the Metro?
Not really. I think that's actually a bit pushing it a bit too far. I think really John Davenport and Patrick did that, and then it was a question of picking it up and running with it.
Thank you for your involvement in that. Thank you for everything you do here as well, George, because you don't just do the championship, you actually compete, and apart from that, you come down and help on the working days, don't you?
Yes, and I think the other thing I'd like to give them a plug is I vaguely help with the admin of West Country Rescue, who are a team of volunteers who run the rescue and vehicles and ambulances. And obviously without them, these events couldn't take place. And the marvellous thing is, because they're not a commercial operation, they're doing it because they love motorsport, and it makes a bigger contribution, and we're just so grateful to them as well.
Yeah, I think we all realise that we would be lost without all these services and the people who give up their time. As I said earlier about the marshals, they come down here. It probably costs them quite a bit of money because some of them travel quite a distance to be here with us, and we are really, really indebted to them.
I think that's absolutely right, and sort of big round of applause for them all, and the fact that the cost of getting here is going up with the increased price of fuel.
Yeah, thank you for that, George. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. How is your Toyota going, by the way?
I keep saying it's better than the driver.
Yeah, it's probably, you know what it is, it's younger than the driver.
How dare you, but you're quite right.
Thank you, George, that's wonderful. So, Jeff, George, obviously, you know, quite a good history there, isn't there?
A very varied history. Well, Formula One concentric, but so interesting indeed.
We also have another gentleman here today who's on one of the marshal's posts, who is an electronics engineer who's done a lot of work with Williams on battery car development.
Indeed, very much man of the moment.
Yeah, and you don't always sort of like realise what nice people are around you, where they've all come from, what their history is, what they've done. So.
Right, well, we've just brought all those cars back down the hill and we're waiting to get up and away again. There seems to be a delay of some description.
Yeah.
The paddock marshals are anxious to get the cars out of the paddock and are waiting for direction, but
yeah, Jason will be in there, the clerk of the course today. He'll be getting quite sort of, you know, on with it. Let's have these cars.
You had a very busy day yesterday when you were clerk of the course. Lots of incident.
Yes.
Kept you on your toes, did it not?
It did a bit. We didn't do too bad. We finished about half an hour later than I'd first anticipated. Most of the incidents were relatively minor, but a little bit time consuming, and thankfully there no injuries or anything like that. So, you know, I always think that you won't get through a meeting without some form of incident. Though I can remember one meeting years ago. I was clerking and Jason was on control, and he said to me, "I don't want to say anything." He said, "But do you realise we haven't had a red flag all day?"
And
I
then?
No, and do you know what? We got to the end of the day and didn't have a single red flag, and I can only remember one meeting like that. I think I've been clerking here since...
That's a rarity, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I started clerking in the late 80s here, so that is really phenomenal to get through that much of a meeting without one single red flag.
I think there's been a pent-up energy towards the end of last season, and everybody's so keen to be back and happy to be back and giving it some. That may well have assisted in some of the exuberance or over-exuberance.
I see a young Derek Kessel just heading out of the paddock now, so I'll hand back to you.
Indeed, he'll be impressed by that, the young Derek Kessel.
He can't hear me, don't worry.
Yes, Derek, part of the Southwest Hillclimb scene for a good number of decades, principally with this machine, the Maguire space frame chassis Mini. So it looks like a Mini at first glance, but somewhat removed from those around him in the Downton Motor Club category. But he's just about to take his rerun, having been flagged earlier on. His time in practice was 44.56, and I would have thought even if he can replicate that sort of time, that should put him, it will put him at the top of the order. The man to beat at the moment, Stuart Sampson with a Mini Clubman on 45.77. So Derek sets up on the start line a little bit left of central, finds the grip he requires, launches in 2.7 seconds, switching on the power out of West corner, up through the gears, just feathers the throttle at Bunny's Leap, waits for the car to settle before he gets on the brakes, right hand through the gate into the S's, where he's at 21.37. And then up towards Saw Bench, stays out wide, clips on a late apex, just brushes past the bank on the left hand side as he powers along Castle Straight, up towards the Martini, neat and tidy through there, and over the line in 43.81. So Derek Kessel, car number 95, leaps into the lead of Class G, as our attention goes to the MX5 Club Championship. That's the MX5 Mazdas, of course. Tight, well fought competition yesterday here at Wiscombe Park. 401 Pekka Chalukas looking to improve on his practice time of 49.92, running his car at 401. He achieves that with his first climb of the afternoon on 48.10. So that'll be his first time that counts for awards purposes. The drivers have two runs this afternoon. It'll be the better of the two which help them out on the result calculation. So it's a 49.65 for Thomas Alderton, who was third here yesterday afternoon. 49.65 for car 440. As across the parkland we have Phil Oliver, who was the runner-up 24 hours ago. Phil on a 50.65 from his practice run this morning. Leaves the S's behind in 23.96. And a bit sideways as he delivers the power at Saw Bench, but didn't cost him too much time, as his next focus of attention is Martini. And then over the finish line, and he's clean all the way through there on 49.76. Puts him into fourth place. Pekka Chalukas leading the way at the moment as we move to cars of the Downton Motor Club. We Now 4:07 Mike Lear. Out of the S's in 24.57. And finishes on 50.72. 50.72 for car 4:07 Mike Lear. So it's the Bristol 2-litre Cup away. Neil Hawes with the Renault Clio 197 a withdraw retirement. So Ben Crick, the man on the hill at the moment, with his Mazda MX-5, launched in 3.36 seconds. And now off the line in another Mazda MX-5 goes David Newman. His launch was more successful in 2.88 seconds. So around Sawbench goes Ben Crick, as the Classic Marks class come to the line. First away with the TVR Griffiths is Alan Davis, looking to improve on his practice time of 49.18. So 2:01 Ben Crick in the top paddock with his MX-5 on 51.94. 51.94 for Ben Crick. Time for Kevin Taylor back in Class G, number 90. That's a 54.65. And Nigel Sampson running as car 93, clocks a 46.35. Back to Classic Marks. And it's Merv Breakaway off the line, Financial Director of Wiscombe Limited, who are the conduit here at Wiscombe Park between the owners of the park and the motor clubs who run the individual meetings. Merv was ranking quite highly in the Classic Marks class, joined the first practice run in the wet, but since it's dried out, people seem to be going past him in the results area, but he'll be giving his most this afternoon as we see Alan Voice with the Triumph GT6. Breakers away up Castle Straight towards Martini. As waiting on the start line is yesterday's victor Mark Everett. So break is cleanly at the top, car number 73 in 53.10. So he's found knocking on for 7/10 of a second as Mark Everett is over Bunny's Leap with the TVR Griffith 500 on the brakes for the gate and into the S. It's a 47.01 in practice, as we now see Rob Pack. He's off the line in the TVR Tuscan. So Everett out of the S's in 22.56, back into the S's and out in 22.72. Everett's around Martini without hindrance. So car 71 completes its climb on a time of 46.42. Alan Voice with the GT6, car number 72, clocked 54.31. It's now the Gilburn Owners Club who come to the hill. Brian Gent already up towards the S's. Brian having launched his GT 1800 in 3.09. Takes a split time in the S's of 25.10 as he moves up towards Sawbench Hairpin. No problems for the Carmarthen driver there as he heads towards Martini Hairpin. Mark Jones on the line with the Genie. So Jones completes his climb. car number 64 in a time of 52.89 for car 64 by Jones. Mark Jones then away up the hill with the Gilburn Genie, the victor in the Gilburn Owners Club category yesterday afternoon. And then we look to the couple of double-driven cars. Graham Blake in the Westfield from Class C4, and Jan Yo from the Sports Libre class up to 1800 cc's, Class D1 of the Legend Ford Coupe. So flags are out on the hill, and we have Keith Marchant's Invader Mark III having achieved a fail, so no time for number 63, and 62, Mark Jones, the class leader, was red flagged, so a rerun coming up for him there.
Jeffrey,
Yes,
while we were
David.
having a little break while they're just retrieving that car off the hill, I'm very fortunate. I'm between two very important people here. On my right, I have Mr. Howard West, and on my left, Mr. Colin Pook. Now, Colin, you are the president of Woolbridge Motor Club, I believe.
Yes, that's right, yes. Have been since 1981.
So I can remember going back to Malik days and things like that. Now, do you miss competing as a driver?
Well, I suppose I do, but I think the problem is as you get older, I've had, I think it's about 52 years of competitive motorsport, and I think you eventually get to the point of reactions not being quite as good as they might be, and you think going off is going to hurt, and I don't want it to hurt. And I spend a lot more time away abroad now, of course, so that's the way of retirement.
Ah, wonderful. So, of all the cars that you drove over the years, do you have one which was a favourite?
Oh, I think my favourite was when I was sharing the MP43 with Rodney Thorne. There's no doubt that a big engine, over 5 litre engine, that was really the favourite car. I think perhaps one of the most outstanding before then was a Cooper Jap, the 1100 Cooper Jap, was I bought from Tom Elton back in about 68, and it was the ex-David Good car. And I don't think there's one picture I've got where it's going straight. It was just like a pendulum. And of course, in those days, I was a little bit wild with it.
Your younger days. Now, why was everything pink? I've got to ask this question.
Well, it was easier to find in the undergrowth, of course. I think that's what my wife Heather said. But it all came back to an event. We were just changing the Mark 17 Mallet, that was the red one, for a Mark 2125, which we bought from Nick Whale. And it was in a dull metallic silvery colour. And we wanted something that stood out a bit. And we went to a meeting where we were very near Josh Sadler and his 911 Porsche. And that was in the Porsche colour Carmen Rot, which was, as you say, the startling pink. And that was a decision. Heather said, that's the colour, we'll have it.
Yeah, so how many years did you actually... I don't want to age you. How many years did you actually compete for?
Well, I think it was 52 in the end. My first competition was in 1966 when I had a... Oh no, it was before then because I had Volkswagens and Hillman Huskers and other things, but really competitively on the hills with a 1500 Anglia in 66 at Durham Park.
Durham Park. Anyway, we'll come back to you a bit later probably, Colin, because I see the cars are going to start. So back to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Colin. Yes, Graham Blake coming out to take his A-driver run in modified production cars. sharing this Vauxhall-powered Westfield with his son Jeff. Car equipped with a new differential for 2022, with the objective of seeing if they can find some time on their exits from principally the two hairpins here at Wiscombe Park, Woolbridge and Martini. So the green light on for Graham, a 48.34 from his practice run this morning, the drier of the two practice runs. 2.94 for the Weymouth driver, the retired engineer, off the line as he's now over Bunny's Leap, gets his braking sorted and turns in to the right hand at the gate. Frenetic exercise up through the S's in 22.46 as Jan Yo comes out on the lower part of the hill with the Legend Ford Coupe. Jan double driving with his father David in the Sports Libra class up to 1800 cc's. So Graham Blake's at 22.46 at the S's, and now round Martini in 46.13. Sorry, 14 in fact, 46.14, so a marked improvement on his practice time. Jan Yo meanwhile leaves the S's behind in 20.99, and he slides the back of the Legend around Martini. Full rally style opposite lock there, and it's a time of 43.46 for Exeter driver Jan Yo. So we have the course vehicle out on the hill, and that suggests that we're retrieving all those cars from the top paddock, and we have the opportunity of just going through some of the classes that have been running in the interim. We'll go to Class J, that's the Mazda MX-5 division, and Pekka Tulukas and doing the business there at the moment on these first runs. In first place on 48.1, Aaron Sharp, who took the victory yesterday in Tulukas' absence, takes second on 48.34. And in third place, Thomas Alderton, and a time of 49.65. In the Bristol 2-litre Cup, David Newman, yesterday's victor, leading the way on 47.24 with the Mazda MX-5, ahead of Ben Crick on 51.94. Classic Marks class, the results will be worked out on handicap by the championship administrator, but in straight times, Mark Everett the fastest there on 46.42 with the Griffith 500. Rob Pack in second place with the Tuscan with a climb of 47.15, and completing a TVR 123 in third, Alan Davis with the Griffin on a climb of 49.03, 49.03 for Alan Davis. So in the Gilburn class, Brian Gent leading the way at the moment, the only man with a time from the second runs, but we may well be having a rerun for yesterday's winner, Mark Jones with the Genie, Mark having been given the red flag. So that brings us up to date with the positions. So let's go back to Dave and see who he has with him at the moment.
Well, Jeff, I'm still with Colin because obviously we never finished our conversations. But Colin, now I seem to remember an imp-engined racing car. Was there in your history? Was it a Vixen or something?
Yes, it was a Vixen Imp. It was a car I shared, in fact, at first. Andy Macbeth was a friend of ours, and we were living in Weymouth, and Andy was in the Navy and at Portland at the time, and driving a Lotus 7 on the road, which I rather liked too. And we decided to share a car, so we looked through various mags, and eventually we found this circuit racing Formula Junior Vixen Imp down in Cardiff. It was on all the wrong things, hard tyres, you name it, it had it that we didn't want, but it was quite cheap, so we bought it and brought it back. The engine went off to Hartwell's to be looked at properly by Ray Payne, and we set it up on soft tyres. And the nice thing about it, of course, with Andy in the Navy, he had access to the naval base at Portland, so we could test it at any time we wanted. So yeah, that was the Vixen Imp.
Yeah, I thought there was one. And I'm almost certain, I've got a recollection of going to Gurston Down in, I believe it was about 1988. And I'm sure you had a sheep with you.
Yes. There was a very funny story, I think. In the late 90s, we moved house and to Frampton, and we had some, I think it was nearly 20 acres. Heather had been to college, agricultural college, so she wanted to keep sheep. So we gradually expanded into sheep and turkeys and ducks and anything else you can mention, including white rabbits. And we had one orphan lamb at one time where we just couldn't find another to look after it. So with the Hillclimb coming up, in those days we were using a modified transit, 3-litre transit van, an ex-brewery van, cut down with ramps up in the back with the Vixen Imp stuck on it, and in the side door, under the ramps, went a little lamb and a load of hay for the weekend. And I think it was something of a milestone.
I was convinced I hadn't imagined it. But yeah, so it's nice to know the history of the sheep. Did it taste nice?
Eventually, yes. But we kept that one.
Oh, good. I'm pleased to hear that. So, thank you, Colin. Herod West, you're sat next to me as well. Sandro Minari, you sat next to him as well, didn't you? Was he as good as me?
He was exciting, to say the least. I went with him actually 2.5 times, the half being 2 miles after the start. But the other 2 events we did manage to finish in the end, but always with problems, but fortunately not co-driver problems.
And the car?
Oh, it's wonderful, the Stratos. When you were talking to George Koopman and he was talking about the 6R4, I did go in a 6R4 once, and with headsets on, just could not hear what the driver was saying, and he couldn't hear what I was saying. But the Stratos was even worse. But we managed to get round most of the roads in Kielder and various places, but it was sometimes quite difficult at full revs.
So, you never had your name on the door though, did you?
No, I was Beppy. I was very lucky because at the time I was working for Marconi, and we were work sharing with an Italian company in Turin on the Tornado aircraft, and next door to this factory was the Lancia Rally Works building. So every lunchtime I was in there chatting to various people, and I just happened to be in the right place at the right time when Sandro Munari wanted an English-speaking co-driver for the RAC Rally.
Wonderful. Such a great memory, wasn't it? So to actually be in the Stratos is one thing, but to be in there with Sandro Munari is just incredible. I'll hand it back to you, Jeff. I see you're about to go live again.
We are indeed. We've got some reruns out on the hill. Mark Jones got flagged in the Gilburn Owners Club with the Genie, so he's out to take his rerun. Mark, of course, took the victory in the class yesterday afternoon. He takes the start in 2.91 seconds before opening up the Gilburn across the parkland over Bunny's Leap. And then we move, of course, to modified production cars. Well, Clive James on his own there today. No Pete Cruz to do battle with the Rover Mini Cooper S. So, but Clive will still be eager to put in a good time. As most hill climbers, they have their PBs, their personal bests, and they're always looking for the opportunity to go faster and improve on that time. So even though there's no competition in the class, James has competition against himself in effect. So Mark Jones' car number 62 over the finish line in 47.53. So that puts him in a good place to do the double, to have a brace of victories this afternoon. But don't forget there's another run to go for all competitors. Once we've worked our way through the single seaters, etc., we'll start all over again. And across the park over Bunny's Leap goes Andy Stoddart with the Vauxhall Nova. Andy in fact competed in a Vauxhall Nova many years ago, and also a Subaru Impreza before going with various other cars to single seaters, but now returned to the saloon car class, modified series production cars, 1400 to 1800 cc's in this pace. Thomas Moore up towards the gate with the Mazda MX-5, but Stoddart's got a red flag held out in front of him, most urgently waved by the marshal. So Andy's come to a stop at Saul Bench and going to have a quick chat with the marshals there, as they'll give him some direction once they've been instructed by race control as to what they want to do, whether they want to turn the car around and send it back to the start so that the driver can take an immediate rerun, or whether they want the car to go to the top of the hill. That's if the car is capable of doing that. The door is open, Andy is getting out because he's going to help the marshals, so perhaps it's Andy's car that's come to a halt and he's being pushed off at Saul Bench. Yep, so it looks like it's the Vauxhall Nova that's disappointed Andy Stoddart on his first climb of the afternoon. Which means Thomas Moore with the Mazda will get a rerun in due course. But the marshals up at Saul Bench quickly dealt with that. They've brought their flag in, blown the whistle, so that should make its way all the way back down to the start line, and we should be good to go with Sean Tuckey and the Ford car. So officially a fail for Andy Stoddart, car number 57. And confirmation that Thomas Moore got the red flag. So the car is fired up. Sean Tuckey next out on the hill then, waiting for the green light on the start line. Waiting in anticipation of the lights changing from red to green once the timekeepers have all their apparatus set. And the green light comes on. So Sean's hesitant on departure from the start line. Up and running now, launched in 3.6 seconds. And up to the start line comes Gordon Isles driving his Vauxhall Corsa. He's a retired engineer. Previously campaigned a Vauxhall Tigra, but the last couple of seasons has been driving the saloon version, so to speak, the Corsa. So Sean Tuckey, car number 55, out of the S is 5.06, and now over the finish line in 51.28. As off the line goes Neil Tuckey with the Ford Fiesta. Neil slotted into a third place yesterday, and the third Tuckey on the line now, number 40, Nathan Tuckey with the Ford car. Nathan claimed a second place finish yesterday, but Gordon Isles completes his first climb of the afternoon on 47.37 with the Vauxhall Corsa. Puts him at the top of the order at the moment. Sean Tuckey in second place, as Peter Ramsden moved to Class C2, car 154 with the Toyota MR2. Puts his first run together, and now the class leader Martin Pike with the Ford Escort Mark 1 on the start line. Neil Tuckey made it to the top in 47.15, so an improvement over his practice form, as Martin Pike unleashes the power of the BDA engined Ford Escort. Stepped off the line in 2.87 seconds, and quick through the gate into S's. Peter Ramsden out of the S's with the Toyota in 25.04. Pike leaves the S's in his wake in 21.08, and he's now up to Saul Bench, and just takes a late apex there and powers away up Castle Straight, as Steve Clark comes over Bunny's Leap with the Subaru Impreza, moving us into modified series production cars 1800 to 2600 cc's. Martin Pike completes his climb then in 44.30, so it's over 2 seconds faster than his practice time, and 1.3 seconds faster than second place man Nathan Tuckey. Neil Tuckey currently in third place. Josiah Clark with the Toyota Starlet, following his father up the hill. Joshua looking for a quieter day than he had yesterday afternoon, no doubt. Before 49, Steve Clark over the finish line in 44.29. So the Exeter garage proprietor targeting a brace of victories here at Wiscombe Park this afternoon, as Rupert Ryle hauls the Peugeot 205 GT around Wiss Corner. And now goes through the gate into S's, as Martin Stubbington takes the Golf GTI off the start line. So Josiah Clark's time with the Toyota car number 48 is a 50.57 for car number 48. Ryle has the Peugeot, the S is in 24.01, and rounds Martini neat and tidy to go sub 50 seconds on 49.95. Car 47, 49.95. Paul Harewood, the last to run in Class C3 with the Astra GSI. But we have Martin Stubbington with the Golf across the line in 47.41. 47.41 for the Golf man, Martin Stubbington. Harewood away off the line in 2.97 seconds. As Jeff Blake comes out with the Westfield SCIW. 3.03 from his second practice run on the plasterer from Weymouth. 2.65 seconds off the line. A 43.03 from his dry practice run. Jeff's now into the S's and through there up towards Saul Bench in 20.21, as David Yeo takes the Legend Ford Coupe off the start line in the up to 1800cc Sports Libre category. So Jeff Blake, car number 42. Very quick into Martini, just turned the car in and hung on. A little bit of flick of opposite lock gives him a time of 41.84. 41.84 for number 42, Jeff Blake. As another Dorset driver, Rod Thorne, is away with the Pilbeam MP43. Repairs achieved after the little brush with the bank at Wiscombe first thing. Not sure whether the throttle stuck open or what the actual cause was, but Rod through the S's in 19.77, so just a little element of caution there, I think, just to make sure that everything is A-OK. There's no Mike Lee here today to give him opposition, so there's no point in risking all until he's happy that the car is okay, and it looks good out of Martini. So Rod Thorne posts a time of 41.44. As we pick up some of the double drivers from the racing car class, Tony Bonfield the first to run with the 1 litre Mark IV Jedi, and now away off the line is Mike Williams with his self-built Storm. Mike from you can hear the engine working hard. Mike started his motorsport in autocross at the age of 15 using a Ford Anglia 1500 GT, and now Paul Reynolds with Caterham, quick off the line, car number 19, 2.69 seconds. Paul originally hoped to be driving his OMS 3000M in the 1100 to 1600 racing car class, but problems there. He's reverted to his Caterham so he can get out and get some track time, and it's 20.01 at the S's, so nip and tuck with the time of Jeff Blake, but at the top of the hill, car number 19 is a 41.88, so 400ths of a second shy of Jeff Blake on the first run in modified series production cars. And David Yeo, car number 39. We will get a time later on, no doubt. So we're at the end of a batch. Time to retrieve those back down the track, and we see Steve Clark leading the way in Class C3 on 44.29. That's modified series production cars, 1800 to 2600 cc's. Rupert Ryle in second place. In the 1400 to 1800 split, it's very much Martin Pike in control on 44.30. Nathan Tuckey in second place on 45.69, and third goes to Neil Tuckey on 47.15. Jeff Blake, as we just said, leading Class C4 by 400th of a second on Paul Reynolds. In the Downton class for minis, Derek Kessel, the man doing the business there with the space frame chassis Maguire Mini. Derek's best so far, 43.81. Stuart Sampson in second place, 45.77, and third Nigel Sampson in the same car, 46.35. So that's where we're at the moment. So we say, Dave Pearce, where are you?
I am by a very nice TVR with Ian Harrison. Ian, tell us a bit about this car. This car is fresh to you this season, isn't it?
Fresh, we bought it last April with the plan to run it straight off. And on my first test drive on the A39, I realised it had severe understeer and oversteer, which I couldn't quite understand. And we put it up on the list, and we found a 4-inch twist in the chassis. So my good friend and partner, James Nash, who's here somewhere, built a chassis table, and we ended up taking us most of the year to rebuild the car to get it to where it is today. We ran it for the first time at Portreath 2 weeks ago. It ran very well on the second day, and we managed to get a PB over the White Vixen that we've been running for the last 3 or 4 years. But I'm struggling here this weekend, I have to say. I'm having difficulty getting the power down, and I'm not quite sure why. We're running a Z-Tech in this, 4-litre Z-Tech, and theoretically should be more progressive power than the Cosworth 1700 in the white one, but it's just not working on the hill. Very good on the sprint, but not up the hill.
I know it has actually been quite slippery here to start with today, wasn't it? So, obviously that may have been a contributing factor, wasn't it?
I'd say this morning's first run was the most slippery I've ever driven up this hill. It was unbelievable. It was like ice, and I think we all suffered. Interestingly, I was quicker than that 410 Lotus XG with Gary Dawkins, so that says something, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's quite a beautiful looking car, isn't it, Shape-wise?
Beautiful car. Such a sexy looking thing.
That's kind of you to say. Oh, you meant the car?
Oh, yeah, I meant the car, Dave. Yeah.
So I go back to having the Lees S1, and considerably smaller. I mean, Lotus has actually grown with that, hasn't it?
Well, as you know, I collect old cars, and I have an S3 Elan, original S3 Elan, which is a joy. You've got a 2+2, of course, which is also a joy. Interesting how they've developed through the different owners since Colin Chapman went. But you've got to say that's really up there with the best of the Astons for design and style, and good to see that name's still on something individual.
So you're saying about owning classics. Of course, it's Classic Drive It Day today, isn't it, for the children's charities? I don't know if you're aware of that. There's a lot of classic cars being driven, so it's great to see you out in what I would say is a true classic. I mean, the TVR range, you could go anywhere from sort of 1300 up, couldn't you, in the old days?
The original Grand Tourers, there's the Grand Tourer and then the S1 Vixen. S1 Vixens, I think you could get a 1300 in when they were having trouble with finance and getting engines, but originally the S1 was a 1800 MGB engine. Actually, it might even have been an MGA engine. Would you know that?
Well, if it's 18, it would be an MGB. If it was a 16, it'd be MGA. But yeah,
the old 16 twin cam, I don't know. Anyway, 1800s, and then they quickly went over to the Fords. The 1600 Ford, and then of course the V6 in the Tuscan, which was the S2 Vixen, which this is, which is a longer door. The original Vixens were bonded to the chassis. These are bolt-on, which makes life a bit easier when you've got a problem. The V6 was then superseded mainly for the American market, with the Americans, with the V8 in the Griffith, the original Griffith, of which there's still a very healthy sport if you at Goodwood's, which I'm sure you've seen the likes of Rubens and co up there beating the Cobras in their V8 Griffiths. So that's always good fun. After, of course, the S2 and S3, then they went into the M series, which were 1600 M's and V6s. They did make 2500 Vixens, primarily for the American market, but a few of those were sold in the UK, which of course Hank Hankins races one down here, and I used to drive one as my day-to-day drive in 1974.
Cool. And then, yeah, that was a Triumph engine, wasn't it, in that, I believe?
Triumph Straight 6, Triumph Straight 6 with triple SUs. I think Hank's got triple Webers on his. Makes a very noisy thing, but plenty of power. Interestingly, at Portreath, the difference between this car and Hank on the last day was 0.11 seconds.
That's very, very close margin, isn't it? I see the cars are going back down now, so thank you for that, Ian. Thanks for that. Show us your lovely car in the Gulf colours. I do appreciate the colour scheme.
Yeah, can't be the Gulf racing colours.
They were great, weren't they? So back over to you, Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Dave. From the iconic colours of Gulf Racing to the iconic colours of Martini, and that's what adorns the Mazda MX-5 of Thomas Moore, who's come down for a rerun in modified series production cars 1400 to 1800 cc's. This is the car that was originally a logbooked rally car, tarmac rally car, but after a few family type commitments, Thomas Moore thought it might be diplomatic to move to a different discipline, motorsport discipline, one that might not be quite so expensive. So here he is in hill climbing, 3.17 seconds off the line. So the ex-rally car on the hill now leads a group of rally cars of different sizes, colours, dimensions and configurations. As way, I bet he enjoyed that. Thomas Moore getting a very sideways trip around Saw Bench. Probably not the fastest way, but exciting for him and the spectators. And let's look for more excitement now from John Simpson, the first of the rally cars. The Mark II Ford Escort, running his car number 36. John retired, living in Yelverton. Has been a chief instructor at the Welsh Forest Rally School and later at the London Rally School, which was based at Silverstone. But in recent years been concentrating on hill climbs. He's managed to do some European events and hopes to return to that in the future. So Martin Dover way off the line. Martin normally seen in an Hillman Avenger GT, but this weekend out with a Honda Civic Type R. So around Wiscombe goes Dave Merrick with his Mark II as Dover gets into the S's with the Honda. Clocks a time of 24.42 there, as Keith Zoom, who was talking to Dave a little bit earlier, takes his 911 SC on away from the line. In fact, good start as you would expect from a Porsche off the line, 2.86 seconds. So John Simpson's time, 45.10. Tim Porter, man who chased him hard yesterday, coming down to the line with the Darien T90. But at the top, car 34, Dave Merrick takes a time of 48.23, so he's found 7/100ths of a second from his practice effort. 2.78 seconds off the line for Tim Porter. Tim had to play second fiddle to John Simpson yesterday afternoon. Can he see if he can close the differential and get a bit closer to the Escort man? Out of the S's in 21.95 as Chris Elston leaves the start line in his Mark I. Chris from Crediton, where he's a farmer. Started rallying in 12-car rallies, navigational exercises back in 1992. Went into night road rallies and then tackled some auto test in Gymkhanas before starting hill climbing in 2012. So Martin Dover, car 33 with a Honda in the top paddock on 51.25. Chris Elston has been flagged and he's come to a halt. We've got 3 cars at a halt at the moment. Chris Elston with the Escort on the approach to the gate. Tim Porter held on the flag at Saw Bench. And Keith Zoom, I presume, has come to a standstill between Martini and the finish line. So it's a fail for Keith Soom. As Tim Porter has moved out of the way to make way for the recovery vehicle that was based at the top of the S's. So the Land Rover recovery is off up to help Keith Soom with a 911, and the marshals are getting it organised and dropping it back to one side of the track so that that recovery can be facilitated. Now race control decides whether they want Porter and Elston back to the bottom of the hill, or whether they're to go to the top paddock and then take a rerun later in the proceedings. So it looks like the Porsche might just be, yep, just a straightforward tow. So once we can find a tow hook and a fix, that we should be away with the Porsche recovered to the top paddock. And this is very much the expertise of the marshals, as was being expressed early in one of David's interviews. And the marshals all the time in contact via radio with the course control in the paddock area, so the clerk of the course knows exactly what's going on. He has the benefit of pictures as well, so don't need to send cars up the hill all the time. Depends on the significance of the incident, but a quick recovery there, quick towing away of the Porsche.
Jeff, well, we've got a couple of minutes. I'm very fortunate to be talking now to Pekka Tulukas, and Pekka's driving the Mazda. Pekka, tell us a little bit about your Mazda. How long have you had it?
In Finnish or in English?
Is that long?
No, I'm had the Mazda now for 3 years. So I've been running the Bristol Motor Club MX5 Challenge Championship. I managed to win it in the last 2 years, but this year I'm not running that much. So this year I'm running the turbocharged one that is sitting there now. So I took it to Goodwood yesterday, so sadly I wasn't here. I really wanted to be, but Goodwood, I've never been there, so I went there yesterday. But today has been great, so it was a bit wet in the morning, but good fun as always, and now it's perfect.
So most of the Finnish drivers I've ever encountered seem to like forests and things like that. Are you got any sort of interest in rallying at all?
Yeah, rallying and forests as well. So actually I worked 2 years as a lumberjack in my early 20s. So yeah, forests are kind of familiar to me in many ways. And yeah, rallying is good fun. I never done it. I've sat in a cars when my friends done it. I've been spectating a lot. You know, in Finland we go to see people crash, and I was really professional when I was younger, so we knew exactly where they're gonna crash, and we're gonna go and watch, and then we're gonna lift the cars back up from the ditch when they're done.
Yeah, it used to be like that years ago here on events, but unfortunately due to health and safety, the spectating has been restricted quite a bit, so we don't get so much spectator participation, shall we call it. Yeah, so the actual Mazda Challenge, it's broken into two separate classes, I believe.
Yeah, so in here or in any really event, we run as a single class, but internally we have Class A and Class B, and then we have an overall. So Class A is Mark 1 and 2, and Class B is Mark 3. So the Mark 3 seems to be a bit faster nowadays, but the Mark 1s and 2s, they are really competitive as well, especially in the more tight circuits and auto solos.
Okay, thanks for that, Pekka. Bit of fun with a bit of finish at the beginning there. Back to you, Jeff, because I see you have some single-seaters.
Yeah, Ed Hollier powering to the top of the hill, trying to take a brace of victories in his new car, the Force HC. The local driver 18.49 at the split in the S's, and he's over the finish line in 38.48. So that puts him at the head of the order. As way off the line in 2.95 seconds goes Malcolm Curnow with a distinctive Bewley. 35916 is the model. It's interesting to see if anybody can actually reel in Ed Hollier today. Ed always fast, full stop. Always fast at Wiscombe, certainly. 27 Shelley Deacon with the new MMS, new to her, MMS PR in this striking colour scheme that's been discussed already today. 47.51 there for Shelley, car number 27. So waiting on the line, and away goes Paul Crocker with the Jedi. 1 litre car, Mark 1 Jedi chassis this. So the Plymouth driver looking to see if he can get in amongst the mix. Malcolm Curnow 50.81, 50.81, as that looks like Ben Bonfield coming down to the start line. Ben running as car number 26. Ben's away. 2016 ASWMC Sprint Champion. 2017 Association of Central Southern Motor Clubs Hillclimb Champion. In the same year he took the Cornish Speed Championship. In that year 2017 he was second in the South West Hillclimb Championship and in the Wiscombe Park Championship. So an accomplished young driver who is actually out of the S's now in 18.21 and on a mission, as they say, and way off the start line goes the man who took the victory yesterday, Andrew Forsyth, car number 22. We have Ben Bonfield at the top, car number 26 in 39.09, so he's just about 0.6 of a second away from Ed Hollier. But Forsyth, who suffered a broken drive shaft yesterday, got that all fettled. Out of the S's in 17.99. He's already up Castle Straight on his way to Martini. 39.15 in his practice this morning. Neat and tidy through Martini on a 37.55. Andrew Mathis in his class with the PR OMS, 19.20 out of the S's. And he's sliding the OMS a little bit on the exit of Saw Bench, but gets it corrected very quickly as he's through Martini. Hits the flippy flappies on the inside, the marker post, and over the line in a time of 40.19. So Andrew Forsyth certainly in control of his class at the moment, and is in fact fastest overall, ahead of Ed Hollier and Ben Bonfield, with Paul Crocker fourth. As up towards Bunny's Leap we now have Kevin Frost, the sole runner in the 1600 to 2 litre racing car class, with his self-designed and built KMD 004. Kevin out of the S's in at 20.68, and now braking and turning in at Saw Bench. Takes a wide line, keeps the car as flat as possible, avoids the gradient on the inside. Let's see if he takes the same approach at Martini. Now he's tighter at Martini and over the finish line in 42.82. 42.82 for Kevin Frost. Time for Ed McDonough with the Duel on, back in class E2, car number 20. That's 53.44. So we'll have a recap on the recent runs. We'll go back to the rally car class, and John Simpson leading the way there with the Mark II Escort on 45.1. David Merrick at the moment in second place, but Tim Poulter and Chris Elston due a rerun in the course of time. Alex Howells has taken his second run, being an A driver with the Super Imp, A driver from class A1 road going series production car. So car 167A, a time of 56.04. So Alex has found a quarter of a second there on his second visit to the hill. So rally cars is work in progress. Got a couple of reruns which may well impact on the outcome of that. So we go to single seaters and class E1 racing cars up to 1100 cc's. Ed Hollier leading the way there with a 38.48, which is the second fastest time overall today. Ben Bonfield in second place on 39.09, and third at the moment Paul Crocker on a climb of 39.47. So just under 0.4 of a second splitting Bonfield and Crocker on this first run. Class E2, another single-seater racing class. This time we're looking at cars 1100 to 1600. Andrew Forsyth leading the way there, 37.55 with the CF04 OMS. The PR version of Andrew Mathis in second place on 40.19. with Ed McDonough with the Dulon on 53.44. Kevin Frost, of course, the sole runner now in racing car class on 42.82. So that's the up-to-date situation before we move into the second runs. All the drivers now have the opportunity of doing it all over again and improving on their time. So let's send out a call to Dave Pearce again.
Jeff, I'm with Mark Everett. Mark's from the Cars of the Classic Marks Championship. He's here with his TVR Griffith. Mark, tell us a bit about the championship.
Well, the idea of the championship is that it's open to any classic sports car, rear-wheel drive, and the great thing is, yesterday and today we've had things from MG Midgets right up to Rob Pack's race-going TVR Tuscan. And even though it's run on handicap, which everybody thinks sounds very complicated, it's literally power to weight. So we weigh the cars at the beginning of the season. They're going on a rolling road, and we get a rolling road figure, and you literally then get a percentage of your time based on your power to weight ratio. So it works really simply, and it means I can. Yesterday when we were racing, I think I beat Jamie Fisher Pearson in his little MG Midget by half a second on handicap, even though the distance in real time is about 3 or 4 seconds. But it brings it in really tightly, and it means anybody, it doesn't matter on the standard of your car particularly, whether it's powerful or not powerful. It's all about, hopefully comes down to how well it handles, how well it grips, and how well you drive it. So.
The question I've got to ask now, you say that the vehicles are weighed. Are they weighed with the drivers in them?
Yes, we do take the weight of the driver, so which is really handy if you're someone like Rob Pack. Not so handy if you're a smaller size of gentleman or lady.
So if you lose weight throughout the year or gain weight, does that affect your handicap?
Well, I do assess Rob's stature at every event to see whether he's losing weight. But yes, I suppose ultimately one should declare to the championship coordinator, I've lost 10 kilos. But at our stage of life, I don't think any of us are going to be losing 10 kilos.
I get a feeling that actually it's more for fun.
Oh, it's, yeah, definitely for fun. And the great thing is this championship has really been amalgamated by other championships. We all used to run in the TVR Car Club Speed Championship, but as people race less and less TVRs, and we amalgamated into Classic Marks, and I know that the Scimitars have done the same, and MGs as well. So there's a massive breadth of manufacturers, and so we're all racing against each other in our particular manufacturer classes, but then we're racing against the whole field as well.
Yeah, it's quite well supported as well. I think. I just look at me. I think we got about 12 here today.
Yeah, we had. I think we had 15 yesterday, 12 today, and throughout the year we have about 85 people registered for the championship, and that's nationwide. And the championship, because it is so broad brush, we have 33 events throughout the year, and 8 of those account towards the championship.
So are they hills, sprints and circuits, or mainly just hills?
No, we do a complete variety of everything. So we do all our hills. I was at Gerston last weekend. We're here. Then I'm off to Goodwood. We do Castle Combe. We do Blighton Park. So we do airfield sprints. We're doing Landau. And all the classic hill climbs like Shelsley and Prescott.
Yeah, and you say you've got rather a lot of registered contenders. Is it a very good response? I mean, do you get a large percentage of them competing?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know how many we had last year, but of the maybe the 75 that were registered last year, most of those will have competed at 3 or 4 more events. So it's a massively well-supported championship.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. I see we got the cars back on the hill with young Mr. Porter leading the start line now, Jeff.
That man, young Mr. Porter, yes indeed, Dave. Thank you very much. From Wimborne in Dorset, company director dealing with hair care products. And this is a rally specification down, I expect, 290 in the rally car class, and then the more obvious rally car in the form of the Mark 1, driven by Chris Elston, with the flared wheel arches, etc., etc. These two taking reruns. Chris's car bought back in 2001 as a rolling shell, slowly rebuilt over 10 years towards the specification that he wanted, and it's been stripped down and resprayed back in 2018. 2-litre Pinto, about 150 brake horsepower. So let's see how Tim Porter fared in this rerun. Car number 35 is a 45.13, and Chris Elston is around Martini in 50.19. 50.19. So Porter slots into second place, as we might have expected. Chris Elston into fourth. So that means Dave Merrick currently lies third on 48.23. So that really ties up the first run, and now we can get involved in doing it all again. All the drivers have now the opportunity to come back on the hill and go for an improvement. And the man steaming out of the S's, Roger Coote, with the Fiat Panda. He's now round Martini and over the finish line in 54.49. So he's found 16/100ths of a second on his second visit to the hill, as the man lying in second place, Peter Stiles, moves over Bunny's Leap and onto the brakes to go through the right-hander at the gate. Peter Stiles' first run time 49.25, as Jenny Howell leaves the line with the Hillman Super Imp in 3.04 seconds. So out of the S's, out of actually Saul Bench goes Peter Stiles with the Suzuki, looking for that improvement all the way. This is the final run of the weekend. Front wheel drive pulls the car through Martini on 49.42. 49.42, so no improvement for the Tortonian. He'll rely on that first climb of 49.25. Cameron Grant with his 1380cc Mini waiting on the start line. We already have car 167 Jenny Howells on the hill, but she's held by the red flag at the gate.
Wouldn't mind.
Been asked to continue up the hill to the top paddock, I guess. once she makes the top paddock, we'll be able to release Cameron Grant. Jenny Howell's just rounding Saul Bench. Cameron's first run time 55.01 with the Alston Mini, so Jenny Howell's over the finish line, heading into the top paddock. Flags are in, lights are green. Go Cameron, go, and off he does. 3.61 away off of the start line as he heads off towards Bunny's Leap. Steve Leveridge moves up onto the start line with his 1 litre Ford Fiesta. And he gets the green light and is away in due course. Cameron Grant out of the S's in 25.98, and he takes a tight line all the way around Saul Bench, hanging on and then clearing the bend, putting power on up towards Martini. As away off the line goes Alan Sydenham with the Nissan Micra. So Cameron Grant completes his second climb of the afternoon, car 166 in 53.05. Alan Sydenham takes a 24.95 at the S's, as Sterling Hannon leaves Wiscombe with his Micra. Sydenham's Micra is away up Castle Straight and getting ready to brake for Martini. Sydenham powers the car through the left-hand hairpin to take a climb of 50.98, 50.98. So that's 1400ths of a second off of his earlier climb. As we move to Class A2, road going series production cars 1400 to 1800 cc's. Andy Webb first to run, lying third in the class. This car that's more regularly seen in the trials field. So Andy looking to protect his third place. Alan Hawkins currently the man in fourth, just 1800 of a second in arrears. So time for Sterling Hannon with the Nissan Micra, car number 162. That's 58.05. So it's his first run climb of 57.85. That goes towards results purposes. Matt Hannon at the top with the VW Polo, car 161 on 59.29. So Matt is 900ths of a second away from his earlier time. So it's roof down now for Roger Hodgson with the MGTF 160. Andy Webb at the top in an improved time, 51.54. Is that going to be good enough to keep him in third place? Quickly over the line is the fourth place man, sparring partner, and Alan Hawkins got 153 on 52.16. So no improvement for Hawkins. He'll rely on his 51.99. Out of the S's in 25.99, and now cleanly around Martini in 53.69. So not quite on the pace of his earlier run. Michael Sutton running as 151, the class leader, on 23.52 out of the S's. Lifts the wheel on his way through Martini to take a time of 48.87. It's his best of the day. That should secure him at the top of the order. We'll see what Ian Peacock can achieve. In second place after the first runs, and took second yesterday with the Citroen C2. He unable to improve because his second run is a 50.76. So 50.65 will give him second place behind Michael Sutton and ahead of Andy Webb. Stephen Hepworth with the Ford Escort. Scrabbles for some grip out of Martini and clocks a time of 54.49. 54.49. So he's found half a second on his second visit to. That puts very much Peter Ramsden now in 5th place, fourth. So 122A, double driver, that's Nick Ellis taking early run as the second driver in road going series production cars over 2,600 cc's. Nick lying third after the first run on a climb of 44.28. Already out of the S's in 21.15. Early on the power exit of Saw Bench and hits the marker post on the inside. No penalty for that in a motor car at least. So Nick Ellis car 122A at the top in 43.99. So that's knocking on for a third of a second improvement there. And another double driver on the hill at the moment, 121A, Jane Hibbert. We already have Jennifer Stangl in the top paddock, car 123A on 44.74. Jane Hibbert out of Martini and over the finish line in 52.42. Compared to her first run time of 52.37. So Class A1 goes the way of Stephen Wareham on 48.33. Stephen doesn't look like it's going to take a second run after that little coming together with the bank at Saw Bench. Julian Rinaldi in second place with the Ford Fiesta, 48.43. And in third we have Peter Stiles with the Swift GTI, 49.25. In Class A2 then, the finishing order, Michael Sutton at the sharp end of the class with the Toyota Corolla T-Sport, a climb of 48.87. Ian Peacock in second place with the Citroen C2 on 50.65. And third place goes to Andy Webb with the Citroen Saxo. So they were up to date on that situation. We shall go across to see what Dave Pearce is up to.
I'm hiding. I'm down here with the MD of Wiscombe Limited, actually, Jeff, Mr. Peter Isaac. Peter, MD of Wiscombe Limited, that's quite a title, isn't it? Lovely looking hill this weekend.
Well, thanks, Dave. Yes. Have I got to make? It's got to be a serious interview or not? But yes, it is. We're very pleased. It's come up ever so well. Huge amount of hard work's gone into it to get it to this stage, including with the great help of your good self, of course. And yeah, I think people are fairly pleased with how it's come up, and the dry weather's helped. So all in all, it's not looking too bad, thank you. Yes, very good. A lot of help though, that's what's needed.
So how often do you come down here and do work on the hill when we're not actually here competing?
Well, we here roughly, depending on time of year, we can be here every fortnight. I mean, leading up to this event, we were in the last few weeks down here virtually every week. So you just have to ramp up to it to get everything done and completed. But it's a wonderful team we've got at Wiscombe, as you know, and everybody really. They are so enthusiastic. One is greatly humbled by all the help we get. Without these people, we wouldn't have the hill in this condition.
No, and there is actually an added incentive, isn't there, in amongst all this, something called donuts.
Well, now, yes, there is the social element, and yes, that's right. The arrangement is to entice people here, is to provide donuts on the working day for our mid-morning break. There's an awful lot of traffic coming by, Dave. But yes, that is a little nicety we add to it. Yes.
Yeah, so how did you get involved in motorsport in the very beginning, Pete? I know you're really a motorcyclist at heart, and we often see you here on your your historic antique motorcycle. So tell us a little bit about it.
Oh, Lord, Dave, how long have you got? But
well, to the end of this queue, Peter.
Oh, it goes back a long way to the, dare I say, when I first came to Wiscombe in 1962, would you believe? Because it looked interesting, and it somehow it struck a chord and remained with me. We just came to have a look, and it was a lovely, lovely place, as it has remained. And went on from there, and I first rode here competitively in about 67, I think. Started riding in 66, and never stopped since. No. And on the same bike.
I hear you're in action here again in a few weeks' time.
Well, I'm going to get my leg over, at the 500 Owners Association meeting. I thought we'd have a little look, see if I know the way up still, and if I can still ride the bike. I shall wobble up in a very statesmanlike fashion.
Now, anybody who's been to see the bikes, they are truly phenomenal to watch, aren't they? And you have to admire the bravery of a lot of those riders, yourself included.
No, my bravery's disappeared. But so the top liners are in a world of their own, and they're like the top car people. They are exceptionally quick and very brave, and well worth watching. A massive spectacle, and I never fail to be amazed how quickly they can go. Having sort of wobbled about on a bike, these guys are just something else. Yeah, amazingly quick.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I see the cars are now starting to filter out behind us. There's young George Koopman coming down there in the red Toyota. So the GR Yaris, that's becoming a popular little hill climb car now.
Yes. Well, George, yes, of course, is one of our Wiscombe directors. And yes, he's got that lovely little Yaris. It's a very pretty little car. Yeah.
Right, thank you, Peter. And back to you, Jeffrey.
Thank you both. And the pretty little car making its way down to the start line, following John Wells with the Mazda MX-5. John, of course, third in the class yesterday afternoon, and at the moment lying fourth, so he's got a bit of work to do if he wants to match that performance. But to do so, he's going to have to find over 0.6 of a second on third place man Simon Neve. So it's Wells on the line, just waiting for the all clear, and then the aforementioned George Koopman with a road going Toyota Yaris. We had a battle with a GR Yaris yesterday with Dan Trotman, a quicker version, and the Gazoo Racing, the official motorsport terminology team now for Toyota, through rallying and endurance racing. A little bit of hold for John Wells on the line. But Matt Van, the man who's leading Class A3 at the moment, this is the first class that's going to be out on the hill. Road going series production cars 1800 to 2600 cc's. Matt Van ahead of John White, Simon Neve in third place. So it's green light for John Wells. Start on the line 3.21 seconds. Avoids the bank at Wiscombe and takes good line over Bunny's Leap. Lets the car settle before he then brakes. Turns right through the gate into the S's. 23.50 at the exit of the S's as Koopman gets off the line in 2.74. Wells now through Saw Bench. Just a little bit of movement on the back of the car as he delivers the power. And he's looking to improve on 48.12 at the top of the hill. He's through Martini, and that improvement has just eluded him. 48.16, so 0.04 of a second away from his earlier time. Koopman's out of the S's in 24.79 as James Wills is through the gate with the Clio 197. Mike Ford off the line and around Wiscombe with his Audi S3. This is the car that's replaced the Lotus Elise S1 for the Tiverton driver. George Koopman, car 144, completes his climb in 50.52. So he's found 0.14 of a second. All going in the right direction. James Wills also completes his climb with the Renault car 143 in 48.22. So improvements to be had there. 142 Mike Ford out of the S's in 27.64 and takes a tight line through Martini to take a time of 55.31. So that's 0.6 shaved off of his time. So a positive finish to his weekend's hill climbing in his new car. Russ Clark with the BMW Mini Cooper S car 141 out of the S's 25.33 is now heading for the finish line in 52.73. So no improvement there for the Exeter driver for 54.49 his time from the first run. 139 away off the line. John White with the Audi S3. Good start time of 2.76 seconds as Harry Harris the start area. 167 we have at the top of the hill. That's Jenny Howells in 54.67 for car 167. John White then out of the S's with the Audi in 22.83, puts it through the hairpin at Martini to clock a 46.92. Again, another positive way to end the weekend. That's his best. As across the parkland goes the Rapid Golf in the hands of Alan Goodair, now competing in Class A4. This is the R-Type Golf, the go faster one, as Debbie Blake rounds Wiscombe and sets off across Wis Straight with the Mini Cooper S John Cooper Works model. Harris, the Axminster driver, with the Mazda MX-5 car 138. It's a 48.45. So So that's Harry's best of the afternoon. Matt Van still the target at the top of the class, 45.75. Matt going to take a couple of victories for the weekend. So Alan Goodair with the Golf, now in class A4. His second climb 49.82, 49.82 for car 137. 134 at the top is Debbie Blake with the Mini Cooper, a time of 49.82. So 48.43 will be her best. As third place man in class A3, Simon Neve departs the start in his Mitsubishi Lancer GSR. Not quite as potent as the Evo 6 that he would prefer to be driving, no doubt. That was entered in class A4, so a change of car has brought about a change of class. Time for John Lepedvin with his Ford Fiesta, car number 132. It's 48.33. That's John's best of the day. Way off the line from class A4 goes Mike Potter with the Subaru Impreza WRX RA. It's a 22.59 out of the S's for Simon Neve. And over the finish line in 47.05. So that's the Yeovil driver's best, the avionics engineer from Yeovil. That should keep him in third place behind John White and Matt Van. And in this corner goes Clive Stangle from Shaftesbury, Dorset with the Evo 5 Mitsubishi. So 124 completes his climb. Mike Potter, previous sponsor of the Wiscombe Park Hillclimb Championship, and his best time from his first climb 50.68. Terry Headley with the 328i Coupe, looking to improve on his first time of 63.63. He sets about that with a start in 2.95 seconds. Jack Ellis, man leading the class out of the S's in 20.62, quickly through Martini in 43.47, 43.47, so a little bit away from his first run time. Put him at the head of the class. That was a 42.94. So in fact Clive Stangle has moved into the lead, 0.12 of a second ahead of Jack Ellis. Nick Ellis in third place. So a storming drive there by the Mitsubishi driver to go to the head of the A4 class. We have Terry Headley bringing the BMW over the line in 49.49. So after a troubled first run, that's a representational time. Joe Keep takes the Focus ST over the finish line. It's got 120 in 47.40. As we pick up some double drivers, and they are from the Downton Motor Club class. First of all, Stuart Sampson, driving this weekend, or this season, on slick tyres for the first time. Quite a learning curve, that. And then away from the starts, running as 90A, Steve Harris, sharing Kevin Taylor's Alston Mini. So time for 1:02A. That's a 55.92, and 93A at the top in a time of 45.57. So the time's going in the right direction for Stuart Sampson, who was second in the Downton Motor Club class at the completion of the first runs. Steve Hammer's running as 90A, takes a time of 52.46. So 52.3 run from his first effort will be his chosen time. So the outcome in Class 4 is first Clive Stangle with the Mitsubishi Evo, breaking the Ellis stranglehold, but Jack Ellis in second place on 42.94 and Nick Ellis third on 43.99. That situation. We'll just finalise Class A3 before we go to Dave. Matt Van taking a brace of victories. Today is best at 45.74 ahead of John White. Sorry, 45.75. John White on 46.92 in second place. Simon Neve with the Mitsubishi in third. So how are you doing, Mr. Pearce?
Yes, not bad at all. I'm just here with Rod Thorne, and as you know, Rod has done quite a bit of work to his car today to get it reusable after his, shall we call it, minor indiscretion this morning. Rod, we know you had the minor indiscretion. Was it very difficult to get it all back together so you could get running this afternoon?
Yeah, a bit of running around. One of the lads had to do a dash back to Dorchester and pick up the spare splitter. But with a bit of work with hammers and nuts and bolts and lots of gaffer tape, we've managed to cobble it back together. So, but then, of course, we did the first timed run, and on that run, the battery decided to go flat. So we're hoping for a good run on the very last run, maybe.
Yeah, I like that spirit. It's the spirit of the sport, isn't it, to keep it all going?
Yep, that's what it's all about, trying to keep it out there. I say, fingers crossed, we might have one last one at the end of the day. You never know.
Yeah, let's hope you get a good one. Very nice family affair, this, isn't it, this weekend? It's Hayley here as the secretary of the meeting?
Yeah, Mrs. Hayley, she's doing secretary of the meeting. I've got to say, to be fair, she puts an awful lot of time into that job. Really, it does take a lot to put it together, so she's done very well with it.
Yeah, I don't think people actually always appreciate how much work the secretary does. And from a seminar at Motorsports UK many years ago, the first thing they would said to you is the most important person in planning a meeting is the secretary.
Yeah, it does take a lot to put it together. As I say, it's an awful lot of work. And I always say jokingly that the only people that know how much time she does spend on it is me and the cat, because we sit watching telly every night on our own, whilst Hayley's at the computer putting all the stuff together.
Yeah. And we're really, really thankful to what she does. And, you know, I know sometimes she says to me, oh, I don't know, Dave, I think I've had enough of this. But I keep saying to her, Hayley, we couldn't manage without you. And I think that's true.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult to find a replacement if she does choose to pull out. But perhaps encouragement from drivers would be very helpful towards keeping her there.
Yeah, I think they all like going down and seeing her and getting a smile off of her first thing, and that, of course, that's in the sweets.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's good for them, really. Waistlines and stuff, and all that sugar rush. Don't agree with that.
Anyway, talking about the Pilbeam here now. How many seasons have you had this now?
This will be the 13th season, which I suppose could be why things are going so badly today. I don't know. Yeah, it's been a great car over the years. I had an awful lot of fun with it. Yeah, so perhaps this will just be one bad meeting and it'll be right from here on. You never know.
Well, let's hope the rest of the year pans out better, Rod. Thank you also for everything you do, because it's not just Hayley that does a lot of work for Wiscombe. Behind the scenes, I think you do put quite a bit of effort helping and towing things around and just being there to support, the family and things like that.
Yeah, well, I think you have to put a bit back in. Just turning up and competing, it's not me really. I've got to feel that you're helping things along, and we do whatever we can, to help wherever. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rod, and enjoy the rest of the day, and I hould have a really stonking run at the end.
Yeah, cheers for that, Dave. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Rod. Thanks, Dave. And road going specialist production cars 1400 to 1800 cc's, or 875 to 1125 if it's a motorcyclist that's powering the machine, are on Hill now. Steve Hill, the first out there. Steve from Taunton in the second season with this Caterham 7, and now Westfield man Ian Hodgson from Exeter, next man up. Steve Hill out of the S's in 21.43, and currently lying in second place, away from the line. Chambers, it's a third place man. So will Steve Hill be able to get closer to class leader Ian Englehart. Hill is over the finish line, car 114 in 43.15. So that's 6/100ths of a second down on his first climb. So that will not have assisted that effort in any one way. 113 is Ian Hodgson, and he takes a time of 49.35. Way off the line goes Ian Englehart, the class leader. Takes his Cosworth Barrett off the line in 2.76 seconds. 43-second climb on his first run out of the S's, now in 20.49 as he comes up to Saw Bench. Had a sideways moment there on the first run, more controlled this time, smooth all the way, good power delivery up to Castle Straight, and now Martini Hairpin, and judged well round there for a 48.11. So cost him a fair amount of time, that. So perhaps the sideways approach yielded a good time. So it's a 43-second effort from his first climb that is going to give him the class win. Ian Hodgson, car number 113, clocked 49.35, and 112 Ian Chambers 44.87. So the third place man has found 1/100th of a second on his second visit to the hill. Trevor Parsons makes it to the top with his Caterham 111 in 48.11. So he's another driver who will rely on his first climb for results purposes. So 110, David Gibson. Is about to be removed from the timesheets by the look of it. We have James Nash on the start line. So no time recorded for Dave Gibson, car 110. So we wait for the all clear for James Nash. James's first run time of 44.88. So today it looks like we have a repeat of the 1, 2, 3 from yesterday. Englehart, Hill, Chambers. James Nash now with the Caterham Motorsport up and running. Left the line in 3 seconds dead. Right-hander into the S's in 21.92. As he comes through the left-hander at the top of the S's and takes a wide line through Saw Bench. 44.88 for James to improve on. So it's just Martini. Goes a bit deep into Martini, a bit fast on the approach, but no contact with the barriers, and a time of 44.53. His best of the afternoon, as Ian Harrison takes the TVR Vixen resplendent in golf colours over Bunny's Leap and into the braking area for the gate. 107, Richard Burnett already at the top with the Westfield Aerospace, car number 107, in an improved time of 47.29. So he's found 900ths of a second there. As over Bunny's Leap goes Ben Wheeler, the man who leads the class with the Caterham R500. Leads the class by a comfortable margin at the moment. Gary Dawkins in third place, now out on the hill with the Exige, as Wheeler heads up towards Martini. And a little bit of understeer followed by a little bit of oversteer, but all well controlled by the Kilmington driver to give a second climb of 43.57. So he's still finding time. Found 0.2 of a second on that climb alone. Gary Dawkins over the finish line in 46.23. So over a second shy of his earlier time of 45.47. Steve Osborne on the brakes through the gate as sideways around Wiscombe goes. Sorry, Steve Osborne that was indeed. So a flurry of opposite lock. 103 Jim Faulkner is a 47.55. 200ths shy of his earlier climb. Duncan Stewart now on his final climb of the afternoon in the green Caterham 7, off the line in 2.85 seconds. So we now have time for Ian Englehart, or car 109, and the correct time is a 42.58. So the class leader actually achieves a improvement, 42.58 for the Cosworth powered machine, as we move to the Downton Motor Club class. taking their final run of the weekend. We'll pick up Tony Wiltshire's time first run in Class B3. Tony with the Caterham 420R, car number 17, 44.57. So driving the times in the right direction. Car 101 was a 46.50. Likewise, an improvement there for Steve Osborne, and Duncan Stewart stopped the clocks on 47.63. 47.63 for car 102, and his first climb was a 47.39. So then across to the minis, and the first time we have there is that of Dominic Bishop with the R53, car number 99, stopping the clocks on 50.22, with Zach Cobb, car number 98, on 46.72, and Ethan Cobb, driving number 97, on 50.33. Climb of 50.04. Derek Kessel out of the S's in 21.39. As away off the line goes Nigel Sampson in 2.95 seconds. We have Graham Vingo over the line into the top paddock, car 96 in 52.10. Kessel, car number 95, completes his climb. And have we got an improvement? Not quite, 43.85, so 0.04 of a second shy of his earlier time. As over Bunny's Leap goes Steve Jarrett with his BMW style Mini Cooper S. Steve from Wimborne in Dorset. Kevin Taylor, his Austin Mini. Time for Nigel Sampson with the Clubman. Nigel third in class at the end of the first runs and at the end of yesterday's meeting. 93 post 45.46. So Nigel's first run time of 46.3. No, that's an improvement. 45.546. 45.46 for Nigel Sampson. So that's a good way to finish the day. Steve Jarrett, car number 92, is a 52.13, so 0.04 of a second away from his earlier time. As last in the class is the MG Midget, driven by Simon Hannum. Uprated and lowered suspension, part of the improvements of this car. Change differential ratio. Simon, a general operations manager from Wimborne. John Hill, car number 91, was a non-starter today. So we go to Kevin Taylor's time, car number 90, 55.22. So Kevin unable to match his earlier climb of 54.65. Mark Morris at the top with the Renault. Likewise, no improvement for Mark. Second climb was a 48.60. And Simon Hannum makes it to the top. But he has gone in the right direction, time-wise. 51.72 for the midget man. So in the fullness of the mini class, Derek Kessel takes the victory with the Maguire Mini on 43.81. Second place Nigel Sampson with the clubman 45.46, and third Stuart Sampson on 45.57. So in Class B2, just to recap there, Ian Inglehart taking the victory. Ian credited with a second run of 42.58, giving him the victory. Steve Hill in second place, his best climb 43.09, ahead of James Nash, who's put together a 44.53 on his final visit to the hill. Class B3, another road going special production division, and the man doing the business there, as he did yesterday, Ben Wheeler with the R500 Caterham, taking the class on 43.57. Tony Wiltshire second on 44.57 with the Caterham 420R. And third, Gary Dawkins on 45.47. So as the cars start to come down the hill, we will turn to Dave Pearce.
Yes, and Mr. Anthony Bonfield, or Tony to his friends. Tone, obviously day didn't go as planned yesterday, but how's today going?
Yeah, not too bad. The car is still not absolutely right. We're still having a few gear selection problems. Some of it is the car. When it's my go, I think some of it is most probably me with hand-eye coordination. But it's not going too bad. And I've managed to get 3 runs to the top of the hill, and there's still a wheel at each corner.
That's excellent. We like that. From a clarking point of view, it's great when the cars get to the top without any bits dropping off.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah. And I mean, yesterday was it was very unfortunate. We managed, I think, one practice run, and we just had to take it home. But give Ben his due. We got it back into the workshop. The clutch was all stripped out, and all clutch plates all re-oiled, and then we heaved it back on the trailer and ran back here. So we'd be ready for today. So it's been it's all been pretty hectic, but we're glad to be here and competing today.
Yeah, that's good. The Mini, we haven't seen the Mini recently. Is that going to make a reappearance at all this year?
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping to. There's the odd mini festival where we like to bring it out, and as I've often said once before, that it seems as though the car seems to have a fan club. A number of venues that we go to, we are asked when the Mini's going to come out. Not the drivers, just the Mini. So, yeah, we'll see what we can do and get it out again this year.
Yeah, Tone. Also, I know you, behind the scenes, putting a lot of work on the Wildlife Hillclimb, which is a couple of weeks' time, and everything looking good for that?
Yes, really, really pleased with the response from competitors. Like a lot of events now, that's all gone to online. And last year, although the event didn't run because of weather conditions, we filled the event in 22 minutes. And this year we filled the event in 12 minutes, which is just absolutely unbelievable. No time would we have ever thought of that it would have done that. So, almost pop concert level of applications.
Yeah, I think I worked it out. It was 6 seconds, one entry every 6 seconds.
That's pretty impressive, and for those that did try and get an entry and didn't quite make it within the 12 minutes, obviously we're really sorry, but unfortunately it is somewhat out of our control. We take entries on a first come first served basis, and yes, unfortunately it does penalise some people that haven't necessarily got all the IT skills that that they would like.
Going back to the old days of paper entries, I once had an issue when I was organising Porlock Hillclimb where the postman would bring through the paper entries, but you never knew when they were going, they'd arrived and what order they'd arrived, really, because it's just like a pile on that day. And I found a foolproof method, because you have to be unbiased, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely, no doubt about that. So, yeah, I'm afraid, you could have somebody that's leading a championship and, if they don't get their entry in, then, that's just the way it is, I'm afraid.
So what I done, my foolproof method, would you like to hear what it was?
Yes, please, Dave, yes.
I put all the entry forms upside down on my living room floor, and whichever one the cat sat on, it got the entry, because my cat didn't know any of those drivers.
Well, that's pretty impressive. I think if your cat is still alive, then maybe they could do some lottery numbers.
Yeah, sadly it's no longer with us. Anyway, back to the cars. Back to you, Jeffrey.
Sounded like sound advice there from Tony, but poor cat, gone on, never mind. We will concentrate on the Mazda MX-5 Challenge, and in particular Pekka Tulukas, who was talking to Dave a little bit earlier on. Pekka leading the way in this, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-man class, with a first run time of 48.10. Out of the S's in 23.45, and judges his exit from Saul Bench to the centimetre. Doesn't make contact with the bank, and he'll be looking to achieve the same at Martini, and he does so with a 48.16. So 600th off of his earlier pace, but he may well have done enough to hold on to the lead in Class J, the MX-5 category. As scrubbing for grip off the line goes Phil Oliver. 49.76 from Phil's first time, as around Saul Bench goes Aaron Sharp. Aaron will be looking to improve on a 48.34. Aaron took the class lead and victory yesterday, in fact, is what I'm trying to say. Now, is he going to be able to stave off Pekka today? So Aaron's second climb, got a 404, is 49.14, so the answer to that is no. In fact, Aaron's first time was faster at 48.34, so he has to say, I accept second place, just about a quarter of a second in arrears of Tulukas. Clear on the start line from the Bristol 2 Litre Cup is David Newman. Took the victory yesterday and is leading the category so far today. Phil Oliver's time back in Class J, car 405, is 49.56. He took second place yesterday and currently lying in third. As we go to classic marks, and the first man away, Alan Davis with the TVR Griffith, currently lying in third place. Time for Hugh Bowen back in the Mazda MX-5 set, car 412, 52.45. That's Hugh's best of the afternoon. And now Ian Benefield with the MG Midget. Jamie Fisher-Pearson sidelined with mechanical maladies, and now Benningfield coming to a halt just through the gate. Time for David Newman, car 2:03 in Class K. The Bristol 2 litre Cup is 48.43. So David's leading the way there on his first climb of 47.24. So Benningfield now around Sawbench with the midget. 56 seconds type climb in practice this morning as Merv Brake prepares for his final run of the weekend. 1600cc Mazda MX-5. Merv competed back in the day with a special saloon lightweight Hillman Imp, and then had a little dalliance with single seaters. Car 74 in Benningfield made it to the top in 74.15. 74.15 for Ian Benningfield. So his first run time of 54.23 at the moment gives him 5th in the class. Merv Brake 4th on outright times, but from the Classic Marks perspective, their results will be computed on handicap, as was discussed earlier in the afternoon. So Marshall's out on the hill above Sawbench, just on the exit of Sawbench and Castle Straight. They're returning to post now with their brooms in hand. So maintenance completed. And that allows Merv Brake his final start of the weekend through this corner in 3.23 seconds. Up through the gears and over Bunny's Leap. And then Merv's first run time 53.10 as Alan Voice takes the GT6 away around Wiscombe. Brake is a 25.98 at the S's, and he's now made his way up to Sawbench, rounding the hairpin neat and tidy, trying to find a bit of a gain here and there. The split second all count in hill climbing, and it's a 53.05. So the effect was what was required at the end of the day, and Merv has found 5/100ths of a second. Alan Voice, number 72, clear of the S's in 26.08 as those TVRs are out on the hill. Rob Pack accelerating over Bunny's Leap with the Tuscan. Alan Voice in the top paddock on an improved time of 53.70 with the GT6. As Gilburn action ensues with Brian Gent in the 1800 GT. Mark Everett takes his Griffith 500 over the finish line in 45.89, his best climb of the afternoon. That should make Mark's lead unassailable as Keith Marchant is around Wiscombe with his Invader Mark III. Had a fail on his first run, so Keith will be looking to put together a good time, get something on the board. Time for Rod Pack with the Tuscan, car number 70, is 46.15. which is his best of the afternoon. Trevor McMaster, car number 69, with his Janetta G40R. So off the line now we have double drivers, and it's Graham Blake, the first of the two, with the 2 litre Vauxhall powered Westfield, and then it'll be Jan Yo with the Super Libra Legend Ford 34 Coupe. Blake looking to improve on his 46.14 second first climb, and with regard to Jan Yo with the Legend, his time is at 43.46 that he'll be looking to improve on. So Mark Jones back in the Gilburn class, car number 62, posts a time of 49.54. Keith Marchant made it to the top, car 63 in 59.26. And Brian Gent, car number 64, it's a 52.29. So an improvement there for Brian Gent at the top of the Gilburn class. He's now had to give way to Mark Jones with that first run time from Mark, actually a 47.53. So on the double driven front, let's pick up car 42A, Graham Blake with the Westfield. Has there been an improvement there? 45.37. Answers in the affirmative. That's his best of the afternoon. And in Sports Libra, Jan Yo 39A, it's a 43.21, likewise an improvement. So that is going well there. So let's look at the Gilburn class, and Mark Jones taking his second victory of the weekend with a first run climb of 47.53. In second place, Brian Gent with the GT 1800, and it's a 52.29 for him. Keith Marchant in third place on 59.26. In classics, marks on straight times, not on handicap. Mark Everett, the fastest there, on 45.89 with the Griffith 500. Rob Pack in second place. Rob driving a Tuscan from the same manufacturer on 46.15, and third Alan Davis on 48.43. So as yesterday, TVR 1, 2, 3. And in the Bristol 2 litre Cup, and doing the business there, David Newman on 46.51 from his first climb. And second place, Ben Crick on 51.53. And the Mazda Challenge, Pekka Tolukas away at the head of that on 48.10. And second, Aaron Sharp on 48.34 with Phil Oliver in third place. So that's where we stand now as we get to the climax of the second runs. And we'll see if the leading boys can make any improvement, or if there's any possible changes for fastest time of the day. Andrew Forsyth, the fastest at the moment, on 37.55. So David, what's happening, my friend?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening. I found a scrutineer, and they have a badge, a very nice badge, blue badge, and it says Scrutineering Car National, Scrutineer Car Eligibility, Environmental Scrutineer. So Mr. Tony Freeman, or Anthony as it says on there, that's rather posh, isn't it? If somebody wanted to get involved in scrutineering, what sort of qualities would they, or experience or knowledge would they need?
Well, I think you need something which is, you're interested in cars for a start, interested in how they're put together, how they work. You don't have to be a motor mechanic, but you could be somebody that works from home, you can be someone from an engineering background, or anything of that form, you know what I mean? You might be brought up on Meccano, you know, it doesn't really matter.
So which were you? Meccano, weren't you? Were you? No. Lego, I know, Lego.
I was electromechanical instrument maker and from marine engineering, working on different types of vehicles with no wheels.
Yeah. Did they float or did they fly?
They were designed to sink.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. So you sort of got into it. Now, how long is the process from when you think about it, and how do you go about actually putting yourself forward to become a scrutineer?
Well, the best way, you can either speak to a scrutineer, or you can go to the Motorsport UK website and you find all the information there, and you can register to become a trainee scrutineer. When you register, you'll be put to a mentor, which is another scrutineer to work under, and you'll get a training booklet to going through all the different modules around a car, and at different types of event. Hillclimbs, sprints, race meetings, autocross, trials, etc. And you work your way through all of those with your mentor and other scrutineers, which your mentor will put you onto. You get all that signed off, and when you've done that, you apply to become, the ranks of a scrutineer.
And how long do you think that process would normally take an average person with good mechanical knowledge?
It could be 1 to 2 years. It depends on how many events you can go to, how much free time you've got, and how quickly you want to do it in your own right with the effort that you put in as well. So it's a piece of string, as it were, to a certain extent, and you make the own length of the string.
Wow, that's a clever analysis.
Oh, well, you've got to think about it some way. Then if you want to go on and do eligibility, there's eligibility modules for championships and types of cars, and then the environmental is to do the noise and measurement of noise of cars and events and what you're allowed to do.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. Bit of an insight. So if anybody out there fancies, becoming a scrutineer, which means that you can go to events, you don't have to be a good driver, you don't have to be a great mechanic, you don't have to stand on a marshal's post if you don't want to, but you have that involvement in the sport, don't you?
That's right. You have, and part of the role of the scrutineer is the interaction with drivers and officials and putting across points and technical points in the right way.
Excellent, thank you. I also notice a lot of the role as a scrutineer is drinking coffee.
Well, you've got to be awake and alert, and caffeine is the best for that from black coffee. So it's one of the finest things to go with it.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. And anybody who wants to get involved in scrutineering, obviously down here, any event, if you go and speak to an official or scrutineer, will put you in the right direction. Back to you, Jeff.
Thank you very much. And I wonder if Clive James has had some caffeine prior to his final run of the afternoon in the Peugeot 205. 47.03 for the sole runner in Class C1 today. So it's Clive against his personal best. Before we move on to Class C2, modified series production cars, 1400 to 1800 cc's, with Andy Stoddard in the Vauxhall Nova. James is out of the S's in 22.51 with the 205 XS, and he is in nice and tight at Martini to take a second climb of 47.45. So not on the pace of his earlier time. But let's see how Andy Stoddard is doing. Car number 57 out of the S's in 25.76 and out clear of Saul Bench, and making a course up towards Martini. And Andy's had a fail on his first run, so be looking to get something on the board, and he achieves that with a 53.19 for Andy Stoddard in Class C2 modified series production cars. Another Vauxhall on the line, away from the line in fact, and it's a modern day Nova. It's the Vauxhall Corsa in the hands of Gordon Isles. Gordon took a 47.37 on his first visit to the hill. Sean Tuckey already out of the S's with the Ford car in 22.64 and completes the run in 46.91. 46.91 for Sean Tuckey, so good improvement there over 4 seconds. as Nathan Tuckey comes up to the line. Nathan currently lying in 2nd place with the first climb of 45.69. Gets the green light and is away. At the top of the hill we've got Neil Tuckey rounding Saw Bench and making his way up to Martini with the Ford Fiesta. And the tight line hangs it close to the curb all the way around to take a time of 46.19. That's his best of the afternoon. So Neil Tuckey moving up the order. Time for Gordon Isles, car number 54 was 47.19. So that puts Gordon in 5th place at the moment. Sean Tuckey, the 2nd place man with the Ford car, over the finish line in 45.72. So 300ths of a second short of his earlier time of 45.69. So order remaining the same at the moment. Martin Pike on the line, the class leader and the winner from yesterday afternoon. His first climb of 44.30. So was there an element of caution there for the architectural technician, and is he now going to blitz that and improve it again, or was he pushing hard on that first run? We shall know when he makes it to the top of the hill. Got marshals on the track at the top of the S's. Now doing some sweeping and some brushing. Can't determine whether it's debris or possibly a bit of a one. I think it's just debris. They're off back to their posts, so job done. So if there are any red flags out, they will be coming in. Green light goes on and Martin Pike drops the clutch with gusto. 2.94 seconds away off the line. This BDA engine Mark 1 Ford Escort. And Martin, familiar of course, 25 years here at Wiscombe Park with the course, and he hangs it through the S's in 21.15. And now moving very quickly on the approach to Saw Bench. Stays out wide, cuts in, picks up a late apex and delivers the power nice and smoothly on up Castle Straight. And ditto, bit of a slide from the rear end around Martini, and it's a 43.55. So the answer was there was more to come, about 8/10 of a second. So the class leader improves to secure the win on 43.55. As Rupert Ryle from Class C3 is off over Bunny's Leap with the Peugeot 206 GTI. Rupert posted a first run time of 49.95. 48 at the top, Josiah Clark with the Toyota Starlet in 49.35. So Josiah breaking under 50 seconds, his best climb of the day. Paul Harewood waits on the start line with the Astra as 47 Rupert Riles clear of the S's, and now three wheels his way round Martini to take a time of 50.28. So Rupert was down in the 49s on this first climber, 49.95. Giving him 5th place as it's Young Jeff Blake with the Westfield, the wide-bodied SEI, currently leading Class C4. Picked up the victory yesterday, had a first run climb of 41.84. He's out of the S's in 20.64. Don't know whether that's on course for an improvement. And he gets the car stepped out neatly on the exit of Saul Bench as the Legend goes to the S's. And Blake's hard on the power out of Martini. And he's over the finish line, but no improvement. So into the 42s, a 42.52 compared to his earlier 41.84. Now over the line in car number 39, the Legend Coupe. David's time 46.25 as Tony Bonfield hopes for a nice clean run after all the work that he and Ben have put in over the weekend, sorting the mechanical issues with the Jedi. At the top, car number 38, Rod Thorne, gets a clean time and goes sub 40 seconds with a 39.13. So through the gate into the SS 24A. Mike Williams with the MW Storm, and now Paul Reynolds with the Caterham, car number 19. Tony Bonfield at the top, car 26A and 41.86. Best climb of the day. Mike Williams out of the S's in 20.72 and converts that to a 41.92 at the top of the hill. So improvements coming. At this late stage in the afternoon. And car number 19, Paul Reynolds, finishes his day on 41.38. 41.38 for Paul Reynolds. So I think Paul's been slotted into Class C4. So that could be a class winning time there. 41.38. It is indeed. Knocks Jeff Blake off the top step of the podium there. So Jeff Blake goes into second place and Paul Reynolds first, with Graham Blake in third place. That's Class C4. Class C3, all about Steve Clark with that first climb of 44.29 in the Subaru Impreza. Paul Harewood bringing the GSI Astra into second place on 46.80. And third place, Martin Stubbington with the Golf GTI. Martin's second climb of 47.05, his best effort of the afternoon. And in Class C2, Martin Pike leading all the way there and finishing the day on 43.55, ahead of Nathan Tuckey with the Ford car, his best 45.69. Neil Tuckey third on 46.19. So as we're heading up towards the climax of today's meeting, we'll go across to Dave.
Well, Jeff, everybody's run away.
Really?
Yeah, nobody here to speak to me. Davey, no mates. Yeah. So let's reflect on the weekend. Well, it's been quite good, hasn't it? The weather's been nice.
Not
and
bad. Not
the
bad.
catering. Oh, by the way, the caterers have got some rolls over there. They've still got some food left, and they said they'd do a deal on the rolls if
All
anybody
right.
wants to
So
buy
if
a
somebody
field roll.
wants a drop of tea or something to take home, then
Yeah.
that's the answer.
Or field roll, go over and see them, and they do a bit of a deal on it. I can see some cake actually, but I don't know if there's enough there for me. Oh, there is some. All right. I got the paddock marshals here actually. These guys have worked really hard today. I mean, yesterday we had Sarah and Steve. Sorry, I've cake waved under my nose, and Steve Bryce on here. And today we've had Richard Brooks and Duncan Greenway. Now Duncan's run off because he doesn't want to speak. Richard hasn't run away. Good day in the paddock, Richard?
It's been very good, thank you. Competitors have been very helpful and come out when we've asked. It's been great.
That's all we want, really, isn't it? Competitors to come out when we ask them to and come out in an orderly manner, yeah.
Absolutely, as long as they're in the right batch. It's a start, isn't it?
Yeah, and no issues in the paddock?
No, a bit too much wind at one point, but that's another story.
Yeah, but sun, nice and sunny. So hopefully, is this the first time you've done the paddock here?
No, I think I've been doing this for about a year and a half, on and off, various forms.
Good. So how's Duncan got on? I know he's run away and hid, but I think it was his first weekend here, wasn't it, as a paddock marshal?
Yeah, Duncan normally does the start line, but he's going to be doing paddock marshal later in the year, so we've given him a bit of on-event training.
That's excellent, because it means that as time goes on, he can move on from that to maybe doing something in control, and then after that he can move on further up the ladder and maybe even become a clerk to replace us poor old clerks who are getting old and doddery.
Couldn't possibly comment about the age of our current clerking team, but yes, it is one of the things that you could do. You could work your way through the different roles and take on the modules like Tony was talking about for scrutineering. The clerks have similar modules, and yeah, you could progress on up from there.
Now you're a rally clerk as well, aren't you? I believe you're a rally clerk.
Oh yes, I am indeed. Yeah, my chosen discipline is a bit different to this one. But
yeah. So how long was your training for that?
I took the full 3 years due to various reasons.
Yeah, it's like having a baby in the middle of it.
That might have something to do.
And getting married before that.
Again, that might have something to do with it.
But yeah, so it's something that you work with somebody, they show you how it works, I believe, and then they assess you, and eventually you actually get to this point where you can clerk a rally in your own right. Now we've got rally cars going past us now. Don't they look lovely?
Absolutely. It's the best class of the day.
Yeah, I knew you'd say that. So there's John Simpson going down, and he will be trying hard. The sun's come out, it's dried out quite a bit, and hopefully he's one of your locals, isn't he, really?
John Simpson, yeah, I think he's not far. It's middle of Cornwall. Is he Woolbridge, is he? Oh,
Yeah.
very local then. Very local.
Yeah, and it'd be good to see this class go up and bring us to the end of the day. Well, thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Dave. Yes, the iconic Mark II Ford Escort. Got a couple of them, and of course, no less iconic Mark I in the hands of Chris Elston. So John Simpson and David Merrick with Mark IIs. They're the bread to the sandwich at the top, Tim Porter being the meat. Simpson leading the way on 45.1 with this highly developed Mark II Ford Escort. This is his final hurrah for the weekend, so no doubt he's going to give it a 10/10 approach, way off the line in 3.02 seconds. So John from Yelverton. Gearbox is a 6-speed sequential with a flat shift, so you'll be hearing him going up through the gears. 255 brake horsepower on tap, and he's added the S's in 21.87 as Merrick is over Bunny's Leap. Simpson already powering the car out of Martini to a 45.12, so a mere 0.02 of a second slower than his earlier effort, but a consistent approach there. Merrick, car 34, out of the S's in 24.15, and quite clean through Woolbridge as second place man Tim Porter comes down to the line. Tim took second place here yesterday afternoon, and Merrick is at the top with his Mark II car number 34 in a 47.96. So that is his best. At the moment going to give him third place, but Porter is just 300th of a second shy of Simpson. So it's on, it could be done. And Porter is on 2.82 seconds. And out of the S's in 22.22. Now Tim's very exuberant start, takes the curb with the front wheel on the inside at Woolbridge, kicks the back of the car out, quickly on with the opposite lock, sorts that out, probably cost him a bit of time, and again heavy on the power as he blasts over the finish line for a 45.66. So 45.66 for Tim Porter. Though his earlier time of 45.13 gives him second place. So Simpson, Porter and Merrick is the 1, 2, 3 with the rally cars as we move to single seaters, and it's that man Ed Hollier with his new machine for 2022 Force HC. Ed took the win here yesterday, and he's added the S's in 18.62 as he's up to Woolbridge, and nice controlled exit there on his way to Martini. Ed's first run time 38.48, and he slides it out of Martini and slightly slower 38.56. So just 800ths of a second there. The Bewley in the hands of funeral director Malcolm Curnow. Individual engine note is away off the line in 2.95 seconds as around Martini in a time of 45.51 goes Shelley Deacon. So that's her best climb of the day. Car number 26, Ben Bonfield, currently on the start line, and second place at the moment behind Ed Hollier. Ed, of course, leads the class on 38.48, Bonfield's best 39.09, so he's 38 in the young Taunton driver as he hits the track for the final time this weekend. And Bonfield was away off the line in 2.44 seconds. Up into the S's and out in 18.23 as away off the line goes Tom Williams with the MWR Storm. Bonfield, meanwhile, touch of opposite lock as he powers away from Woolbridge up to Martini. Pushing for all he's worth, and he holds a tight line through there. 38.13 for Ben Bonfield, 38.13, and that is a cracking time, which puts him ahead of Ed Hollier. So Bonfield B ahead of Ed Hollier and Paul Crocker at the moment as the winner of yesterday's event and the leader of Class E2 racing cars 1100 to 1600cc comes to the line. Malcolm Curnow, car number 25, his time 49.87. Tom Williams running in car 24, clocked 40 seconds dead for fourth place. Forsyth on a mission here to take another fastest time of the day, having recovered from a broken tricep on his second visit to the hill yesterday afternoon. Away off the line in 2.41 seconds, out of the S's in under 18. So he's got good pace, just finds the curb on the inside at Woolbridge. The OMS briefly bounces in the air, but all under control, balanced with the power on the way out, and over the line in 37.32. So Forsyth finds some time on his second. Remains fastest overall though, 37.32 for Andrew Forsyth, 38.13 for Ben Bonfield in second, Ed Hollier third on 38.48. So after all that excitement, we got marshals at work on the approach to the gate. Holding Andrew Mathis on the start line. Andrew with a best of 40.19 from his first run. Andrew from Poole in Dorset, General Manager of Solent Motorhomes. And he gets the green light without further delay and launches in 2.62 seconds. It's Andrew's third season with this particular car. And it's added the S's in 19.25 seconds as the Dulon of Ed McDonough is away off the start line. But Mathis rounds Saw Bench. Neat and tidy. So looking to improve on his first run time of 40.19, and he does so, breaks 40 seconds with a 39.74. So there's time in the hill even at this late stage in proceedings. So it's down to Kevin Frost, last of the single-seaters to run, sole runner in the 1600 2 litre class. And we've got a rerun, or a run for Mike Lear in the Mazda Challenge. But Kevin has seemed to come to almost a halt as he goes over the top of Bunny's Leap. Time for Ed McDonough with the Formula Ford Dulon. It's a 53.97. His best from the first run of 53.44. So it appears that Kevin Frost's going to have a fail from his last run of the weekend. And that is confirmed by the timekeepers, a fail there. So with just Mike Lear to run with the Mazda, and no offence to Mike, but I will suggest that Andrew Forsyth has fastest time of the day with the OMS CF04 on 37.32, and that will leave the class win to Andrew Mathis with the OMS PR on a climb of 39.74. In Class E1, what a finish there. Ben Bonfield coming through on his last run of the weekend. A troubled weekend actually for the Bonfield duo, but coming really good with a big payback of a class win on 38.13. Ahead of Ed Hollier with the Force HC in second place on 38.48, and third Paul Crocker with the Jedi 39.18. So that's the 1, 2, 3 in Class E1. Final outcome of the Gilburn class was a win for Mark Jones on 47.53 ahead of Brian Gent on 52.29. So a little bit of recovery to be done before we get Mike Lear away to complete this weekend sport. But you've heard great comment about this volunteer force of marshals and officials. So on behalf of Woolbridge Motor Club, great thanks to them for their efforts across the weekend, and in some instances before that, because setup starts really on a Thursday afternoon. All the paddock positions have to be laid out, and this and that and the other. Wiscombe Limited do certain things, and then the clubs have to come in and finish things off, because they all have different ways of running the events, running paddocks, etc., etc. So that their club representatives need to do that prior to the event. So a big thank you to them. So Kevin Frost being recovered by pedestrian power. They'll be put into the parking area at Wiscombe to allow the MX-5 of Mike Lear to take its final run of the afternoon. Marshall's almost there.
The centre of the rear wing, on the edges.
Mike Lear's first run time of 50.72. So he needs sort of almost half a second to get into the top 5. So red flags in, green light very quickly on, releasing Mike Lear up the hill. Takes the MX-5 off the line in 3.19 seconds. So his target, as we just said, 50.72, as he's on the brakes at the gate and into the S's and through into 24.04. Fifth place man is Nick Lear in the same car on 50.36. So neatly through Saw Bench. Up Castle Straight for the last time. MX-5 controlled through Martini on a 49.89 for Mike Lear. 49.89, so he breaks under 50 seconds, and that will give him 5th place at the end of the day. So a worthwhile effort to bring his weekend's motorsport to a conclusion. So from 2 days of speed hill climbing with the Woolbridge Motor Club, Woolbridge will be back in July, bringing you the British Championships here. Final weekend in July, but in a couple of weeks' time we've got the 500 Owners Club and of course the Vintage Sports Car Club, which is a special meeting in itself here at Wiscombe Park. So that's all to come for the future. We thank our paddock correspondent Dave Pearce for all his talk about gourmet food and drivers and cars, etc. We hope you enjoyed the weekend. We have an awards ceremony. Please join us for that to bring the weekend to a fitting finale. But on your journey home, please drive safely, and we look forward to seeing you back here at Wiscombe later in the season. So from Jeff Pickett in the commentary position, it's a good afternoon.
Thank you to everybody from Wiscombe Limited and Woolbridge Motor Club who are doing